Good morning, and welcome to the April 8th, 2022 State Board of Education meeting. Board members, please engage your microphones before speaking and turn them off when you are done speaking. Please note that board members may be using their cell phones and laptop computers to access the agenda and information related to this meeting. Live web streaming is available through the State Board of Education website. Before we go on, I want to announce that Lisa Fricke and Jacqueline Morrison contacted me, and they will be unable to attend this meeting. The April 8th, 2022 State Board meeting will now come to order. Andrea, please call the roll.
Patsy Kojons,
Here.
Lisa Fricke, Patty Goobles,
Here.
Jacqueline Morrison, Kirk Penner,
Here.
Maureen Nichols,
Here.
Robin Stevens,
Here.
Deborah Neary,
Here.
Commissioner Bloomstead.
Here.
6 present, 2 absent.
Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Agenda item 1.3, information regarding the Open Meetings Act is posted as you enter the room from the main entrance doors. The Open Meeting Act is also posted on the State Board of Education website. 1.4, meeting protocol. Commissioner?
Yeah, and thank you and welcome to the State Board of Education meeting for April of 2022. A couple different things. One on COVID protocols and protocols if folks are feeling ill. We certainly ask that that you would not attend today. Also, just kind of keeping track of CDC protocols and being attentive to other people's needs, as always, and I appreciate that very much. Also, generally, we have public comment towards the end of the meeting today, so there is an opportunity for public involvement at that point in time. We ask again that folks are being respectful with one another and respecting the process of the board. So appreciate all of that attention to that, and welcome to everyone.
Is there a motion to proclaim April 2020? No? 2.1? I can't hear you.
You want her to read the resolution first.
Okay, all right. Patty Goobles will be reading a resolution for us.
Resolution to proclaim April 2022 as Month of the Military Child and April 15, 2022 as Purple Up for Military Kids Day. Whereas more than 8,000 Nebraskans exhibit profound courage and selflessness by serving in America's armed forces. Whereas Nebraska schools serve nearly 4,000 military-connected students. Whereas military-connected children have been found to change schools up to 9 times between kindergarten and high school and face other unique challenges related to military parental deployment. Whereas the Nebraska Department of Education recognized 30 Purple Star schools, which created or strengthened programs and supports for military-connected students. Whereas the Military Interstate Children's Compact Commission, of which Nebraska is a proud member, recognizes April as Month of the Military Child. And whereas the Month of the Military Child provides an opportunity to salute our military-connected children and acknowledge the sacrifices made by military families worldwide, with an emphasis on the experiences and needs of children of military members serving at home and overseas. Now, therefore be it resolved, the Nebraska State Board of Education extends its profound gratitude for the veterans, active duty, and reserve members of the armed forces and their families for the sacrifices they make daily. Resolved that the Nebraska State Board of Education recognizes April 2022 as the month of the military child. Resolved, the Nebraska State Board of Education recognizes April 15, 2022 as Purple Up for Military Kids Day and encourages students, educators, and the public to wear purple in support of military-connected children. And resolved, the State Board of Education directs the Nebraska Department of Education to continue building coalitions to raise awareness for, support, and advocate for military-connected children and their unique needs. This will be signed on behalf of the Nebraska State Board of Education this 8th day of April, 2022.
So before we vote, we have some special guests, and I hope Lane can bring them up so we can properly introduce our guests.
Good morning, Board. Lane Carr, Administrator for the Office of Policy and Strategic Initiatives, and I'm excited to continue a conversation about how we can lift up the needs and supports for our military-connected youth. Recall that in November, we provided 30 schools with the recognition of Purple Star school status, those schools that have created structures, policies, and supports for students that are military-connected. We're excited to continue that conversation, and I'm honored to introduce some members of our armed forces and military-connected families who are here today. So as I call your name, feel free to join us up here. Staff Sergeant Jonathan Muslick from the Warrior Family Support Project, Lieutenant Colonel John Loken of the 155th Maintenance Group, Commander of the Air National Guard, and his wife, Kara. We're joined also by Chief Scott Tontagode from the 155th Air Wing Command, Colonel Jason Cooley from the 55th Mission Support Group, Leanne Yanikov, who's the school liaison, and our state MIC-3 coordinator, and Trey Wrinkle. Thank you so much for being here, you all.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and the school board. It really is our pleasure to take a little bit of time this morning to be able to speak about our most precious resource, right, our kids. Being a military parent, my stepson was in the service as well, so I can call myself that. You know, our kids really are what we do this for, right? Protect and serve the nation and our allies. So, you know, being able to speak on their behalf today is really a great honor for me and my wife, for Colonel Cooley, for Chief Tonagode, for all of us, and I really just want to say thanks again. Being a military child can really be a great thing, and to be honest, it can also be difficult at times, right? I myself, I've deployed all over the world multiple times. I think if I added up all the days I was gone for my children's life, it'd be years. I mean, it really would be years. And that's something that some kids don't realize, right, who are not military children. That can present some issues, for sure, not only in school, but, you know, with family and friends and all that. And we know that. And however, we do a great job of taking care of our kids, right? On the active duty side, it presents different challenges, right? As Colonel Cooley well knows, he has traveled all over the world and over his military career. He has a family. His kids have, you know, changed schools. I don't know how many times, sir, multiple. Meeting new friends every time, right? And losing friends at the same time every time they move. In the National Guard, that's a little bit different. We typically stay within our state, not all the time. You know, Kara and I have PCS'd or permanent change of station 3 times just in the National Guard. That's a little bit unusual, but I tend to volunteer for things, which so far has gone okay, I guess, for me. But you know, for our military kids in the National Guard, we still deploy all the time. You know, the 155th Air Refueling Wing, we actually have people in jets in Germany today. They're going to come back this weekend, but we fly our real world mission 24/7, 365, every single day of the year. And in several months, I'll be sending another 75 aircraft maintainers out the door to CENTCOM, which is in the desert, and they'll be there for several months. It's continuous, right? So that's something a little bit different for our National Guard children, is that when they go to school the next day after their parents leave, the rest of the kids that they're in class with don't have that same experience, right? So they don't have anyone to relate to. So that's why on the National Guard side and the active duty side, it is so important to involve our kids in just education about, hey, this is what's going to happen in this deployment, this is what we're going to do. It's very difficult for them sometimes, but it also is very important that we do that as well. So for a Board of Education, thinking about those things, this next summer, you will have kids in your classroom that have parents who are in the desert, guaranteed. How do you address that? I'm not a teacher, I've never been a teacher, I don't know what that's like. However, it's worth a conversation, right? And that's what we are here today to share, just to have that conversation with them. Our kids are very resilient. They bounce back from adversity, I think, fairly easily. And it is really neat to see them grow up. I know my sons in particular, you know, have, I think, really strengthened their lives because of my service in the military and some of their friends as well. And that is also very important to remember. Active duty bases really have a great opportunity for military kids. There's a lot of resources that are available to them. I know Colonel Cooley can agree with that as well. Sometimes in the National Guard, we don't have those things. Sometimes it's funding, sometimes it's volunteerism. However, we are working hard to make Nebraska really the shining star of the country as far as how we relate and interact with our military kids. My wife does a really great job with that. She does a lot of volunteer work. She's really gotten the base and the wing, both the Army National Guard and the Air National Guard, involved in a lot of military kid things. Even tomorrow at the Air Guard base, we're having an Easter egg hunt for military kids. It's all volunteerism, all funded partly through the USO, so it's a really great opportunity for that as well. Again, we really just wanted to say thanks for proclaiming April as the month of the military child. I don't think it's enough for our kids, to be honest, but it is outstanding that the school board has made this proclamation, and I really appreciate the chance to speak again. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to proclaim April 2022 as the month of the military child and April 15th, 2022 as Purple Up for Military Kids Day?
I move to proclaim April 2022 as the month of the military child and April 15th, 2022 as Purple Up for Military Kids Day, and to adopt the resolution.
Thank you, Patty. Is there a second to that motion? Thank you, Deborah.
The motion was made by Patty Goebbels and seconded by Deborah Neary.
Andrea?
Neary,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Fricke, Nichols,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison, Penner,
Yes.
Kojons. 6 yes, 2 absent.
I'm so excited to get this word to you that Thank you for serving us and our country. I'm proud that you're here.
Stand up and do a picture.
Yes.
Thank you.
President Co-Johns, I would like to just share before they leave the table. We have a member on the State Board of Education, Lisa Fricke, who was not able to be here today, who grew up as I believe, an Army brat. I don't think I'm wrong on that, but she has talked about all the wonderful experiences that she had and the difficulties throughout it all, and the moving all the time, but the wonderful opportunities she had that other children never had the opportunity to experience. So thank you.
And the person who announced her certificate this morning worked in a military school.
Sure. Go Air Force.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
It's
you,
a pleasure.
everybody.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Well, the last 2 years have been pretty challenging years for students and teachers and staff in schools, and we've all worked very hard to keep everything moving as normal, but all of us know that things have not been normal for our students, as hard as we try. I, as president, want to take time at the beginning of each meeting to celebrate the schools in Nebraska and to honor the students in Nebraska that are doing great work. And so we'll be doing this very positive thing at the beginning of each meeting. And each district will be represented as we go through the year. They will bring someone or some project from the school in their district to talk to the board and celebrate exactly what they're doing. So today, I started with myself. If that's a little selfish, you'll please have to forgive me, but from District 1, and I invited a group that I have not worked with, but I worked with one student in Rotary, helping him prepare a speech to celebrate his talents and to celebrate Rotary, and maybe sometime to get a scholarship for them. So I'm going to introduce them today. The first thing I'm going to do is introduce their coordinator. His name is Pete Ferguson. Is he here still? Yes, he is. There, he's behind the podium. Okay, and Pete coordinates a program throughout the LPS schools that provides opportunities for scholarly students from diverse backgrounds. And so the most interesting thing that I saw on the description of this program was that that it is a brave place to be. And I'm always amazed at how brave our young students are. They are much braver than many adults, so we have to celebrate that too. So when I call your name, come forward, and I'll give one thing that you do. They have resumes that are unbelievable that all of us would be jealous of, but I'm not going to read all of them. Okay, the student that I worked with is Zain Salah. would you come forward? And he is from Lincoln North High School, and he's the 2022 Annual United States Senate Youth Program delegate from Nebraska. So he's what we would call at our house pretty fancy, okay? And the second student is Ala Ismail, and she is from Lincoln High School and LPS. She is a member of the LPS Community Multicultural Advisory Committee. She's also a part of the Student Council and another list, but she's serving her community and her school very well. And, whoops, I hope I have the last one. Yeah. Yes, I do. Okay. And Keely Moore, and this is another interesting thing about this project. Keely is from Leffler Middle School, so they're starting early to help these students be of service to their schools and to their communities. She's on the 3-year planning committee member, annual Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Youth Rally. She's been on the Scholarly Equity Cadre committee for 2 years and is involved in all kinds of things, starting out her middle school and high school career by serving. We want to welcome you, and we want to hear about your scholarly committee and what you are all about. So we're going to open up the floor to you and not listen to me anymore.
Well, first off, good morning, and I just want to first off just thank the commissioner, and then also want to thank all the district representatives for just having us in the space this morning. I oftentimes will say, you know, the invitation was fantastic, but I tell these scholars this is the space that they should be in. And so, again, thank you for providing that. The other thing is just, again, for me, it's a privilege just to engage these scholars, but they're just a sampling of nearly the 43,000 scholars that are in Lincoln Public Schools. And so I am truly humbled and honored, and you're going to hear less from me, but more from them for the mere fact that they are truly, I want to maximize that. Oh, thank you. Sorry. They did give me instructions about using the mic. So, but again, I want to maximize that time for you to get to hear from them. And so I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves, and they're going to carry the bulk of this, and then I will close. But you will be empowered. You will also be educated, but also they will engage you. And so those are their three purposes today. And I think we need to move past the passion of being passionate about young people, but we need to go back to what our purpose is. And so they're going to share that and instill that through the fabric of their dialogue. So with that being said, I'm going to get out of the way, and I'll be back to close.
Thank you so much, everyone, for inviting us. I was really well introduced by Patsy, who I've had the opportunity to work with earlier this year. I just wanted to thank everyone for, giving us this opportunity and this space. It's not something that, a lot of students get. And so I'll reintroduce myself. I'm Zain Saleh, and I'm a senior at North Star High School. And I've sort of been involved with this group for about 2 years now. And we'll all sort of introduce ourselves and our purpose, or maybe, what we've done in this group, or what in sort of inclination we have to be involved with this kind of service. But something that I wanted to just make super clear right off from the bat was that, us three, even though we're representatives of this group, we're also representatives of ourselves. We each have our own beliefs, our own ideologies, our own lived experiences that sort of shape who we are. And so even though we're representatives of this group, we're also here to represent, our own experiences and how that shapes our work, specifically around a goal, which is to improve outcomes within public education. And I think that's something that we can all agree with here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ala Ismail, and I'm just very pleased to be here, and I just want to thank you all for the opportunity to be here.
Hi, my name is Keely Moore. I'm an 8th grader at Leffler Middle School. I also want to thank you all for providing the space for us and for lending a listening ear.
So something that we wanted to start off with was sort of an acknowledgement or a recognition that our work has, moved beyond just simple discussions or simple recognition that change needs to happen or that progress needs to occur. It's specifically, led into tangible change and direct action. And we'll sort of explain, specific tangible steps that we've done as a district, as representatives of this group that has specifically translated into real systematic change. And so the quote that I've sort of had before is that board members should know that accountability means action, and that discussion of equity should exist beyond this administrative level. It should occur, at the classroom level. It should occur for individual students to ensure that each and every student is achieving equitable outcomes once we recognize that it's an important goal that we need to achieve.
I'm just going to talk about a little bit of what the cadre is. So the cadre is a group of mainly minority students, differing in gender, sexuality, religion, and race. And we meet about once a month and speak on current events that are happening in the district and a little bit about like what we can change with like things that have been in place in the past, and to make that, and to further elevate LPS to make the district more inclusive and diverse. This can include the diversity of staff and students, specifically students in different AP classes, the diversity in those. And sometimes we talk about how graduation rates of students of color, and students can be selected or join sometimes with staff recommendations or by peer recommendations or simply with their own personal interests. So they can like email Pete and they can like just work things out, and they usually get to join.
Yeah, so I guess I can kind of share a little bit about my personal experience. So I wasn't recommended or recruited into this group. It was something that I had an inclination to join, I heard about it through a friend, and it was something that I knew this was a form of dedicated service that I wanted to contribute to my community and my district. And so Pete and I kind of have this like ongoing joke. I emailed him a few times and he kind of gave me a flaky response. So I kept emailing him until I did get a response. And it's really an opportunity that I'm extremely grateful for.
Yeah, so my personal experience, I, however, was selected by Pete to be in this group. I really didn't know what to expect initially. For one, it's really nice to come together with other students who do look like me and can relate to my lived experiences, as well as learn from them and grow. One specific thing that we do during our cadre meetings is we have staff of color roundtables, so we're able to engage with district leaders who are people of color, and they, for one thing, from my personal experience, have really empowered me about what it's like to be a leader and to have that identity. And I think one of the things that I've really been empowered by is just the idea that despite the obstacles that we do face, to continue to follow our dreams and to be leaders, and to it can be hard to be one of those only people in the room, but it's important because you're able to provide that perspective.
So we have staff and adults in the room, as well as the youth. And so we empower and educate each other. So it's usually the youth who are sort of leading it, and then the adults facilitate it. So we do things like panels. So sometimes we go to colleges, and 3 or 4 of the cadre members will receive questions and answer them. So there are questions like, what do you say to school leaders who fear accusations of bias from families or doubt students' capacity? Or I'm not sure if our kids are ready for that. And those also come in when, like, these questions like those are also the same questions we asked Dr. Joel. So, yeah.
So for many of us, specifically me and Alla, we kind of recognize that this work won't, it didn't begin with us, or it didn't begin with us specifically. There's been, trailblazers who have sort of paved the way for this progress, and it won't end with us either. We're graduating this year, and so we recognize that this work, has to continue, and it's important to continue, and that's why we're especially grateful that we have people like Keely, who have committed to this work, early on, as early as 7th grade. And so that's something that we're especially important that has been recognized at such a young age.
Real quick, I'll just mention my purpose is to educate, lead, and serve my community. And so further, as a cadre, we are given district platforms to be able to elevate our scholar voice and to provide perspective and strategies to address equity. And so I will be speaking personally on one of an experience that I was able to have with other cadre members was to be able to present at our school board. And just to reiterate kind of what Zane was talking about earlier about how accountability means action, especially from higher levels of leadership in our education system. And so we as students, we have that passion and we have voice, but we need the platform and we need the support and encouragement to be able to voice our opinions and our perspectives, especially on equity, race, diversity, and inclusion, since our voice is often neglected as students of color. And because of the cadre, a couple of students and I were able to present at the school board due to an insensitive incident that had occurred at a high school football game that was targeted at minorities, unfortunately, which has not been the first incident. There has been multiple that have occurred in the past, but we were able to spread awareness about the importance of equity and inclusion in sportsmanship. And so we acknowledge the importance of spreading awareness about incidents at school events that negatively impact minorities. However, we were also able to ensure that awareness is not the only action and it doesn't stop there, but that we need concrete action and tangible outcomes to be able to solve these issues and to ensure that measures will be implemented from the highest levels of our school power structure. And yeah.
So the superintendent is really involved with the cadre, and he meets with us once a month when we meet with each other, and we take about like an hour or so to ask him questions. It usually concerns equity and inclusion, but since COVID has hit, we've talked a little bit about that too and what we can do to protect the students. And so we also have town halls, which you can see as in the picture. It's usually 1 or 2 students, and we compose questions from other scholars who might not be in the cadre. So there's like a Google form, and we pick the questions, the best questions, the most hard-hitting questions, and we ask those to him. And we sort of have like a conversation about how to further elevate LPS and to make it more inclusive.
So I'm sure that some of you have definitely heard that our school board specifically has sort of identified 4 board goals that they'd like to achieve specific outcomes for by a certain year. And they include, specific statistics or rates that really drive a lot of what they're doing. And so I'm not going to go through all of them just for time, but there's 4 board goals currently. One of them involves graduation rate, suspension rate, increasing the diversity of certified staff, and enrollment of honors courses that I'll specifically share about my personal experiences with that group. So the cadre specifically has had the opportunity to engage with the committee chairs assigned to each of these board goals. And through our monthly through our monthly engagements, we've been able to speak to the Human Resources Department, the Assessment and Evaluation Departments, that have really helped us analyze the disparity that exists between educators of color and educators and other educators, as well as the shift in the curriculum that's necessary to ensure that students feel represented in what they're learning and the educational material that they're sort of exposed to. Specifically in terms of the enrollment in honors courses, I have a little bit on here. So following our introductory interactions with each of the board goals, one cadre member and I were specifically invited to serve on the committee. Oh, yes, this one, sorry. We're invited to sort of serve on the committee to improve the number of students of color, the diversity that exists within honors courses. So this includes advanced and advanced placement courses. And we've met since October and recently concluded our sessions through the development of a proposal that we will be presenting in front of our own school board on April 12th. And so just a quick, brief overview of what we've done. We split into 3 subcommittees. One of them was the Literature Review and Effective Practices Group. That's the subcommittee that I served on. And it sort of looked at the data and other research that currently exists about the benefits that students reap from taking advanced and honors courses, specifically later in life, and the importance of expanding the outreach of those courses. The second was historical practices, sort of analyzing the previous initiatives that the district has made to improve diversity within these courses. And the last was comparison. How does our district sort of compare to other school districts within the state of Nebraska at improving these rates? And the comparison committee and the historical practices committee sort of developed a survey that was given out to all high school students, asking sort of what specific factors would they change about honors courses that would perhaps motivate students of color to take them. And a few specific key points sort of came out of that data. For instance, one question asked if the cost of AP exams had been a deterring factor in students of color taking honors courses, and about a third of the students said yes. So that sort of indicates that the school board should take the initiative to help alleviate those costs for students so that more of them are motivated to take honors courses. Another sort of tangible outcome of our work that I'll talk about super briefly was the development of professional development materials for staff. And so last year, a small group of our cadre sort of developed a equity module that was presented to school administrators and was later adapted to school staff. And it was aptly titled "Creating the Scholarly Experience," and sort of brushed on the importance of including student experiences within spaces that are traditionally reserved for adults, that are traditionally reserved for only administrators and staff, as well as specific tangible outcomes that teachers can sort of take on to ensure that their students feel included and represented within educational institutions. And this was just an overview of what our module talked about.
Okay, so as we kind of conclude our aspect of the presentation, we just kind of want to share some of our advice, I guess, or like a challenge to you all in regards to equity. So personally, I think I just want to empower you all to prioritize scholar voice. And again, just thank you guys so much for allowing us to share what we have been doing at Lincoln Public Schools, and especially just voices of students of color that are lacking. We are aware that you are all receiving a lot of backlash, immense backlash from the community in regards to equity, but my advice to you would just be to always think about how equity is standardized within public education and how it is a priority and needs tangible action and outcomes to reach this necessary standard of public education, and that it's okay to experience discomfort. I know even for myself, for the past 2 years, I've had to go through a lot of self-realization and have an epiphany and a lot of things, even being a person of color. So I think that it's okay to experience discomfort because it is a part of the process, but that's how we're inevitably going to reach progress, hopefully.
I encourage you all to keep diversity, equity, and inclusion in mind as you make decisions coming from a position of power and privilege, and those decisions will ultimately affect marginalized groups of students. So just keep those things in mind.
And I would just like to, continue to encourage inviting, scholars and students to spaces like these that they traditionally don't get to hold power in, to, really challenge your beliefs, even if you don't necessarily, agree with us or the work that we're doing, sort of acknowledge that it's a need in the community and kind of recognize that, youth are the future. And so, recognizing that our voices need to be heard is a crucial, crucial step.
I think in closing, and my mom, who was a 40-year educator, 19 years in Lincoln Public Schools, and my dad, who was military, so I appreciated the recognition earlier, of 25 years, told me, don't screw things up. And so the other thing was just be brief, and they have summed up the experience in a way that I can. And so I will go back to a comment that you said earlier that you took out about the brave experience. This isn't a club. This isn't an event. You all have this within your respective districts. This was not something that was conceived just to have something. And so Zane had talked about, scholars are the future, and I would have to disagree with him respectfully. And it's one of the few things that I think I'll actually win is that our scholars are today. 1963, the Birmingham Children's March, those are scholars that were at the presence of causing change. The picture that changed John F. Kennedy of a dog, attacking a young person was one, if you don't know the history of it, changed his mind, changed his mindset of saying, you know what, there are other things that could happen to somebody Pete and Pete's size, but what did a 14, 13, 15-year-old boy or girl do to ever deserve being discriminated against? And so it's a comment that a young lady said my initial year that we had this going, and she said, this has been a brave space for me. She said, there's safe spaces that I go to each and every day into my buildings, and my teachers work to make it safe. But she said, this is the first space that I could be in, that I could be myself and truly be brave. And so with that, my challenge is to continue, and I thank you in the past for what you've done, because equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging are absolutely essential. They are not expendable. And we need to ensure that that exists in every one of our districts. And it's not just about all means all, but it's about each and every, because sometimes under the umbrella of all, individuals get missed. And so I thank you for the past, what you've done. I thank you currently for what you're doing. And I'm going to thank you in advance for what you're going to do to ensure that this space is provided not just in a safe space, but a brave space for each and every scholar throughout, not only just Lincoln, Nebraska, but throughout Nebraska. So it is truly the good life for all. So with that, I will turn it over to you for any questions you may have of them or me of logistics.
Board members will take a few minutes to ask some questions of these scholars. So if you have a question, Maureen?
First off, I want to thank you. It was brave to come here today, and each of your stories and the information you shared did empower me. One of the things we've talked about the pandemic for the last couple of years. Can you share some of the things that your group experienced as you went through this pandemic, whether it was in trying to meet, trying to move forward with your goals and your hopes and dreams?
I would like to say first that I think the pandemic definitely impacted a lot of us just with 2020. I think there was a lot of things going on with the pandemic, as well as just the racial incidents that were occurring throughout our nation. But I think what I really love about this group is that we were still offered this brave space each and every month to be able to have our seminars. So we did ensure that there were COVID protocols were being followed, and we were still able to meet, luckily, and we still had our professionals be able to still come in, and Dr. Steve Joel, our superintendent, was able to come. So I would say in terms of meeting, there wasn't as much difficulty, but I think that we still were able to persevere through some of those obstacles and still be able to have this brave space. Especially for me, if we did have those obstacles and weren't able to meet, I wouldn't have been able to have this experience within high school, as Zane said earlier, that we are both graduating. So
I appreciate that information. I was just at a conference last week out east in Washington, D.C., and there was a young man that spoke to the group. I believe he was a similar age, if not just a tad bit older. But he talked about the social isolation, anywhere from birth all the way through high school, and the isolation and how that affects the brain of all of our students, no matter what their race, ethnicity, but how that really did affect in so many ways, and how we need to address those issues and be cognizant of those issues in our states. And so that was kind of the reason I brought that up, was that attention to that detail of are all of our students' needs and resources being addressed through that isolation, because how it affects the brain, especially at the very young age, but that it can be addressed.
We, just to reiterate, we did follow, protocol and wearing face coverings. But what I will tell you is many of our scholars were stimulated in a way to engage that we have seen, but we have not seen in our lifetime. And so, when we were trying to meet virtually, they're like, can we meet in person? We need to engage. We need to talk about this. We want to engage. We want to go out. And to be honest, many of our scholars were meeting. They were engaging in social justice. They were talking about equity. They were watching on TV, seeing the rest of our country, and not just the rest of our country, it hit home. And so there was a need to get together. I am appreciative of our district for supporting not just my request, but listening to our scholars' voice and elevating their needs, sometimes above some that would have preferred that we not engage, we not be in person, we not have these conversations. Because the fact of the matter is our scholars and our adults are. And if we don't provide that space to engage and hear what they're saying and to have that dialogue, and it's not just middle school. I got more questions. I have more elementary scholars and families that want to engage in something like this. And so I say that just to say that our district was supportive, but our scholars are engaging, whether we provide that space or not.
Thank you, and thank you for your work, Mr. Ferguson.
I just want to say, wow, oh my gosh, thank you for this today and for the work that you're doing. And this is the conversation I want to have at every one of our board meetings, and for people to understand the impact on educational achievement if we don't have this conversation and have it repeatedly. I guess, we all come to this conversation with a different lens, and my lens was one way until my best friend, who's a person of color, had a baby, and I've been chief caretaker his whole life. And, at 3 years old, he learned in preschool, came home and told his mom that he was on the Brown team. Like, that was his first awareness that he wasn't white. And, and from there, it was, I've just been able to see a lot of the ways the color of his skin has impacted his life. But on the other side of that, I get a lot of emails from people that, and I'm going to throw this question to you, and it's a hard question, but I have so much respect for you guys. Like, I know you can handle it. But I get these emails telling me stop talking about equity because it's just creating more of a divide. And I just would like to know how you would respond to that, please.
Okay. Well, initially, how I would respond to that, I personally see equity and the work that we are doing, as well as districts across the United States, not just in education, but in other systems in the United States, that equity doesn't divide us. I personally do not think, because equity is about serving each and every person, right? It goes back to history, where there are a lot of groups of people who are oppressed, who are marginalized for things that they cannot control, right? Or have been put in circumstances that negatively affect them, whether it's race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, your socioeconomic status. There's so many things, and then on top of that, the intersectionality of that, dealing with multiple things, right? I know for me personally, my intersectionality has, I faced a lot of obstacles from that, from my identity. But I think that what I've been able to do is to come out stronger from those obstacles and to actually fight to ensure that every person has an opportunity, has the ability to grow and prosper in this world, whether it's for their dreams or in education or whatever they want to do. And I think like the idea that people think that equity is divisive, I don't understand that, because I think it only unifies us. And I think that starting this work, especially being a part of the Lincoln Public Schools Equity Cadre, I've grown so much to value not only my own differences, but other people's differences that go to personality. It just like, it's very vast. And so I just think that having that diversity, or even just having that conversation, just sitting here and talking about this, I feel like it only unifies us as a community to hear different perspectives. And I do hope that more people are able to learn that, or to just first hear that perspective. Because I personally, when I hear that you're getting those emails, I think a lot of those people aren't willing to hear our perspective first and foremost. And so once people are able to just open up their ears and to have an open mindset, then maybe are able to actually see the value in equity and what it can do for people.
Yeah, everybody can hear me? Okay. I just wanted to add that, like, change is difficult, change is abrasive, but change is inevitable. Like every instance of progress that we've made throughout history has suffered pushback, has experienced backlash, but it's a matter of, indicating what side of history are you going to be on. And so, irregardless of, the backlash that may come with a lot of this work, it's important to recognize that at the end of the day, it's inevitable. And so it's a matter of aligning ourselves with what's right.
So I think it's only divisive if you're on opposing sides. There really shouldn't be any equity. Isn't like, it's not good. There shouldn't be equity, because racism is systemic, and by not talking about it, nothing is going to be fixed. And those negative feelings are just going to build up in communities of marginalized people, and it's going to be something worse than just talking about it. So it should be talked about so we can change it and make it right.
I think in closing, just one thing is, we just watched and they engaged in a conversation on a video, and it talked about minority, but in the word it said minor, and there's nothing minor about the role that equity plays in public education. It has always been a part, and so when I engage, I say Lincoln Public Schools, and you are much more historical than I am, but I think it began in 1932. And so a lot of individuals okay, we just started this journey on equity, we just started this conversation and this talk, and the fact of the matter is equity has been at the fabric and in the fiber of what public education has been since the start. And so there's nothing minor about the role that equity plays. And if you need to look back at it, I know sometimes people will look at it as race and culture and other things, but the curb cut effect, if you're not familiar with that, is about the cutouts on sidewalks. Okay, and under a presidential administration, they realized that individuals with disabilities, but also mostly mail carriers, were having trouble getting up onto the curb. And so when they cut those curbs out, as you experience when you walk downtown Lincoln or any of your communities across the world, when that happened, it made it so much easier for elderly, okay, white elderly women, white men, black men, I mean, to go and ride our bikes and get on that. So when we talk about equity, it's giving people what they need when they need it, okay? And so I would just say, you know, there's emotion to it. There has to be support, but we have to publicly affirm it. And that's not from behind, that's not on the side, but sometimes that means being out in front. And so I echo everything that they said, and if I take something away, there can't be anything minor, nothing minor about equity.
We are so lucky to have had the opportunity to listen to you, and you are indeed brave young people to come here, and you are appreciated, and you have been heard. And we'll hopefully be able to talk to you individually someday along the road. Zane, I've already had that opportunity, but thank you for sharing your time and your wisdom, which is beyond your years, with us today. And I think they deserve a standing ovation. Agenda item 2.3, Commissioner.
Yeah, I'm going to invite, well, it looks like Lane is coming up first. And I don't know if Corey's coming up. Yeah, Corey too. And Zainab, I guess, maybe. I see folks standing, so maybe it's just Corey.
That's right. Good morning again, board. It's a tough act to follow. Anytime we get the chance to hear from students firsthand is great. Last month, we had the opportunity to elevate our first ESSER impact story, and hearing from our partners at the Nebraska Children and Families Foundation. And we're excited to continue that conversation around the impact of the investments that you all have made in our statewide projects. So I'm going to stop talking, actually, and turn it over to Corey, who's going to be speaking about Zern Math and has some testimonials from a couple of our stakeholders that have been involved with that. So Corey?
Thanks, Elaine, and good morning. We'll get my tech guy over there working on the presentation. So happy to be here this morning to talk a little bit about one of the investments that was made last year at this time, specifically with ESSER 2 funds, really designed to support learning acceleration, but also grounded in supporting teachers and educators and what they needed in the moment. So I'm going to ask us to think back to about a year, because the time frame of the information that I'm covering started in February of 21 and will continue through June 22 as well. So Drew, I might need help clicking. Try this one. Whoop, we need to go back. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna go back. All right, Here we go. So as we were working through our consultations for our ESSER 3 allocations, we had multiple rounds of consultations with Nebraska educators, and we heard a few things that were pretty consistent. Number one is that no matter where in the state a student lived, that all students had been impacted by the pandemic. And I know that the impact that was felt in schools may vary, but when we think about individual students, each of them have had something that has impacted them, clear from the spring of 2020, where schools were moved to remote instruction, clear into the last year where there have been various disruptions as well. One of the things that is also consistent with what we've heard from educators, but also what we've seen in our data, is that learning in mathematics has been more impacted than learning in literacy. And really that's the nature of mathematics, because one of the things that we know about how mathematics learning occurs is that if you miss early foundations in math, that really impacts future learning in mathematics. And specifically, we've had a lot of conversation about high school math and reducing the remediation rate for students entering into post-secondary education, but we can't really focus on high school math without a conversation around K-8 math. That's just the way knowledge and skills in mathematics build across a learning progression. The other thing that our educators shared was that because of the disruptions and because students may be behind further, is that remediation wasn't going to work. And remediation is often where we give students what they missed. And sometimes that prevents students from accessing grade level content. So if a student misses something in second grade, when they're in third grade, we start them with second grade content. And we know that that wasn't going to work to make sure all students were receiving grade level instruction in mathematics. So a year ago at this time, what we were hearing from schools is they were really going to use summer, last summer, 2021, as a strategy to make sure students were ready for grade level instruction this past fall. So thinking again about summer of 21, schools using summer school to make sure kids were ready for grade level instruction starting this next fall. So as we were thinking about what supports can the Nebraska Department of Education provide to districts, we started to ask ourselves some questions. First of all, what evidence-based resources help kids learn math, specifically in grades K through 8? And just a few things we thought were really important in this. Number one, of course, they had to be aligned to our standards. We also wanted the option to be able to be delivered digitally, something that could occur specifically in summer school, not just on a site, but also at home. Something that could be implemented in a variety of settings. And then, is there a resource that was customized specifically for summer school? So that's one of the things. We wanted to take some of the work off of our educators and say, is there something that's already made that is really designed to support mathematics instruction in summer school? Another key consideration in this space was really determining if there was a resource that had been adapted to reflect essential content. So what we did a year ago was we identified the most critical grade level content in mathematics that students needed to know. And as schools were facing various disruptions, we said these are the things you really need to focus on. If you can only get to a certain number of standards, knowledge, and skills, zero in on these. So we wanted the resource to reflect the essential content that we identified for K-8 mathematics. And then finally, professional learning support for implementation. So not just giving a resource, but then being able to provide support for implementation. So that led to an early partnership, and we identified Zern, and we'll hear a little bit more about Zern Math here in a couple of minutes, that served as the platform of which we were making available to all schools in the state. And then we also had a partnership with SchoolKit, that's an organization that provides professional learning. And specifically, so what we were able to do, and again, this was approved last February by the state board, is we made the offer to all schools to have access to Zern Math for summer of 21 and the 2021-22 school year. So schools were able to say, we want to use it in the summer, and then we're also going to use it throughout this school year. What this did was give them access to a summer intensive series specific specifically for students rising into grades 1 through 7 for summer school, tutoring programs, or targeted interventions. So what that means is if a student was a kindergartner in the next summer, they would be rising into first grade, so it was designed to make sure that they were ready for first grade math. It also gave those schools access to Zern Math for grades K-7 for core materials for mathematics. And then we also provided virtual professional learning to support school leaders and teachers in using this resource. And I'm here today just to talk a little bit about what's happened as a result of Zern. We're a year into this, and when we made the offer to all public and non-public elementary and middle schools, we had over 500 schools that requested and received access to Zern Math this last year. It represents 125 school districts, 450 public schools, and 46 non-public schools. What this means is this past year, over 110,000 Nebraska students have had access to Zern Math. And then weekly, that's one of the great things about the digital delivery of Zern, is that we're able to really get some good data. We have about 25,000 Nebraska students that are logging in weekly and completing lessons. And you can see the grade breakdown. Most in second grade, where weekly we're averaging about 5,600 students. And into seventh grade, it's less than that. So we have some really good data around the usage of Zern as well. This map just reflects where in the state the districts, the schools, both public and non-public, exist. So we do have representation across all of our ESUs and widely across the state, representing various sizes of schools as well. So I wasn't able to get the CEO of Zern here today, but she does did record a message for us. We'll hear from her just about this, and then I also have a Nebraska school person who also recorded a message about how they've used Zern as well. So I'm going to hope this plays, and it may take just a second.
Hi, I'm Shalini, CEO and co-founder of Zern. Zern is the nonprofit organization behind Zern Math, the top-rated math learning platform used by 1 in 4 elementary students nationwide. I'm so proud to be part of the work the Nebraska Department of Education led to utilize statewide ESSER II funds to make Zern Math available to all public and non-public schools. Over 9,000 educators across almost 500 schools in Nebraska are currently using Zern in flexible ways to accelerate math learning in their classrooms, supporting 110,000 Nebraska students. And teachers are already seeing the results. In a survey this fall, 88% of Nebraska teachers said they would recommend Zern Math enthusiastically, citing Zern's built-in supports and its connection to their instruction. As one third grade teacher put it, Zern gives my students another opportunity to practice their math skills in a different, engaging way. Zern is designed to be used flexibly across learning acceleration models, whether as a core curriculum, a complement to core instruction, or in tutoring and summer learning programs. Districts throughout Nebraska have embraced each of these models to give students more opportunities to deeply engage with grade-level math. In Omaha, over 20,000 students are using Zern Math digital lessons as a way to multiply the impact of core instruction. Each day, 20 minutes of the core 75-minute math block is dedicated to using Zern digital lessons to give kids more opportunity to engage with grade-level math, all with built-in support. In South Sioux City, Zern is being used for after-school tutoring interventions. Each week, nearly 1,000 students are using Zern as a high-impact tutoring program. And finally, Sydney Public Schools is using our program as a core curriculum for over 500 students in the district, giving Zern multiple opportunities to dive deep into grade-level math across both teacher-led instruction and engaging independent digital lessons. Our approach at Zern is proven to accelerate student learning. A newly released study of math achievement during the pandemic found that consistent Zern usage is associated with 2 to 3 times improvement in achievement scores. Students who used Zern during the pandemic grew 2.7 grade levels in 2 years of pandemic learning. A 5-year study of over 800 schools shows that Zern's impact can scale. Schools with programmatic Zern usage demonstrated outsized achievement gains. Our focus at Zern is to ensure every student can catch up and move forward in math learning. Core to achieving that mission is supporting adults and communities with the resources and insights that can drive equitable and innovative progress in math learning. Zern's nonprofit platform provides transparent progress monitoring at every level of your Nebraska school systems, so you can know exactly where growth in math learning is happening, celebrate bright spots, and support improvements. We're honored to support math learning in Nebraska and eager to continue to support your work to help all students catch up and move forward in their learning.
And the next example is from Sydney. She mentioned Sydney, who's using Zern as their core instructional materials.
Hello, my name is Sherry Ayler, and I'm the curriculum director at Sydney Public Schools. I'm just going to share a little bit with you about our experience with Zern Math. So we first learned about Zern Math during the Launch Nebraska initiative in the spring of 2020. And that in particular piqued my interest as the curriculum director, as I saw it as an opportunity for us to possibly gain access to and utilize a high quality instructional material for our core or as a supplemental to our elementary math program. So we continued to research and utilize the information about Zern that NDE was providing us during the 2021 school year, so a year ago. And from that research and the support we received, we decided to present the information about Zern to our teachers and make sure that they knew about the opportunity and that they had free access to the program already. From that presentation, the teachers wanted to go ahead and pilot Zern right away last spring for about a quarter. So this time last year, all of our K-5 math teachers piloted the Zern math program and really had a lot of success with it and appreciated many aspects of the program. So we went ahead and they wanted to use Zern Math for our core program this year. So that's what we did. We started out the 2021-2022 school year using Zern as our core math program. And like I said, there were many things about the Zern program that they appreciated, but in particular, the program design. You know, it's intended to help accelerate learning, and it does that through the two main components of the program and how it's designed. So through the strong teacher-led direct instruction, which is the main part of the program, but it also has as the second part, the fully aligned digital component that's intended for students to use to practice and to go further with the concepts and the standards that have been presented within the teacher-directed instruction. And so those two aspects are incredibly strong within the program. Again, the students get that opportunity to accelerate their learning by using the digital component, and it also builds in a lot of independence and growth in those student learners. Both the teacher and the students get immediate feedback from the program so that they know how they're doing, what they may need to do next in order to continue to accelerate their learning. And because those digital lessons are already aligned to what the teacher is teaching, the teacher doesn't have to develop that component, that student practice. And so teachers are then able to provide more specialized support and help to students while all their students are working on the digital component. So those are incredibly strong components within the design of the lesson. In addition, because that platform's already established and the kids have used Zern Math, if they should need to be gone from school or miss school, then they already have that delivery system for instruction and receiving their learning. So the design of the program is just incredibly strong. The other thing that we really appreciate about Zern is the kind of at your fingertips data that's available for decision making. Specifically, we can see how many students are actively engaged, how many lessons they're completing on a weekly basis. The teachers can drill down and see all that individual information for their students, but at the district level, we can see at a glimpse how our whole district's doing, and that helps us with determining effectiveness of programs. And so that data matched with student performance data is just incredibly valuable for decision making. So for example, as of March 29th, our students in grades 1st through 5th grade have completed an average of 3 on grade level lessons per week. And that's resulting in, at this point in the year, 90 grade level lessons, on grade level lessons. So again, that's not data that we could come up with in previous years or use as a contributing factor in our decision making. So we're just really happy to have that additional information and data.
And I did go ahead and link the PowerPoint from Sherry in the board because she had some quotes from teachers that I thought were really compelling as well. So a couple things as we wrap up. So the initial contract offered some cost savings based on the number of schools that opted in. So with Zurn, it's a school account and it's a per school cost, and based on the cost savings, we were able to work with Zurn and make it available again, and we did kind of an all-call to schools who opted into Zurn the first time. So this next year, we have over 220 schools, which is about 210 public schools, about 10 non-public schools, will get access to Zurn for this next school year, which includes the summer intensive, again, for 22. Zurn rethought some of what they did last year. They've shortened it, so instead of it being more of a 30 minutes a day, 8 weeks, it's more 4 weeks. And we see a lot of schools who are going to leverage that in their summer school. And they've also added more content, so it's for students rising into 1st through 9th grade. We are also partnering with Zurn to provide some professional learning. So again, not just the resource, but here's some support to implement. We've done a few live webinars for teachers, coaches, and leaders, and then we've got 4 full-day on-site trainings for instructional leaders. We're doing, it's ESU 2, ESU 3, ESU 7, and ESU 10, and that's just about how do we really implement this as it's intended. And I went ahead and put in the link to our Zurn support math page specifically for Nebraska, where we've archived all of our professional learning. And the last thing, again, Sherry Ehler from Sydney mentioned this, because of the digital nature of Zurn, it really offers us an opportunity to do some significant evaluation work because we do want to know the effectiveness of this. Our students that have used Zurn in summer school or throughout a school year, are they moving and growing specifically around math? How does the uses of the Zurn Summer Intensive Series make sure students are ready for grade level mathematics? What's the most effective model of implementation? And then how does the professional learning support, again, make Zurn become even more effective? So again, it's the feedback we've gotten from educators has been good. I think Sherry said it, where we're giving teachers some time back so they're not having to create all of these resources and interventions for themselves, and we're making this high quality instructional resource available to our schools. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Are there questions from the State Board? Okay, Maureen?
First off, thank you, Corey. This was very informative. And I just want to share with the board, and you'll hear it in my budget committee report later. This was a discussion we had in our committee yesterday. Was we put aside money. We used ESSER's monies last year. We voted on that as part of the budget, using money for this program. And one of the things we talked about in the committee was, could we have reports back? Could we hear information down the road as some of these programs are implemented as to the impact that they are having? And in such, is the ESSER's funds that we committed having an impact? Are they having, is the money having an impact on our students and on our teachers? And that's exactly what I heard today. And so I'm hoping that we can have, that we'll add this to our committee task for our June 2022 report, to be able to bring back such informational items as we go through and seeing the effects and outcome of the ESSER's funds that we commit to. So thank you very much. This was a great report.
Thanks.
Robin?
Thanks, Corey. I noticed the 210 figure. Was that buildings or is that districts?
The 210s is for this coming year is schools. So it's if a district has 2 school buildings, they would have 2 school accounts.
Patty?
Thank you. I echo the thank you, Corey. I'm so excited about this program because just in listening to your presentation, it's clear that it's based on strong instructional design, that you have direct instruction, you have opportunities for student to practice, they get immediate feedback, and oh, there's data then that can be used to inform instruction. One question that I had that I'm not really clear about is with Zern Math, I'm assuming that any school who has aligned their math curriculum with our standards, it would also mean they're aligned with Zern Math. But I wondered if Zern provides any kind of instructional materials beyond the digital practice lessons and so on.
Yeah, that's a great question. It is a fully digital set of instructional materials. So that's one of the things that's interesting about Zern is it can be used as core materials, like in Sydney or in like a South Sioux City where they're using it for tutoring. And because of the digital nature and the adaptive nature of it, it really it helps understand where kids are at and then builds a learning plan based on where they're at. So we do have a lot of schools using it as a tier 2 intervention, supplemented with their core instruction.
Thank you. One more. If you'll allow me one more question. We talk a lot about acceleration of learning, but and essential skills, as opposed to remediation. It would be helpful, I think, for all of us just to have a formal definition of acceleration of learning.
Yeah, that's a really great question, and I wish I had my graphic because I'm going to go back to spring of 2020 where schools were remote. And our message after the spring of 2020 was don't start with what kids missed in 2020. Start with grade level instruction and strategically integrate the content that they missed into grade level instruction. So it really is about ensuring students have access to that grade level content and grade level instruction. So for example, if you're a 4th grader moving into 5th grade, we don't want 5th graders starting with 4th grade content. There's a strategy in a way that we can ensure they're still getting 5th grade content, but also strategically embedding the information and content that they missed from 4th grade. It's a great question and one that we'll continue to clarify because I think it's important consideration. In particular for students with disabilities, our English and multilingual learners, as well as economically disadvantaged and students of color.
Any more questions?
Thank you.
Agenda item 2.4, Commissioner?
Yeah, now it's my pleasure to be able to introduce Lee Perez, our current Teacher of the Year, and it really is good to have Lee here. One quick thing, Lee obviously is at Buffett Magnet Middle School, as I think is on the agenda, but maybe more interestingly, Lee is the first teacher of the year that I knew before he was teacher of the year, and I had nothing to do with that. But the reality is Lee had been part of my teacher advisory group starting in 2020 and part of those conversations, and so I got to know Lee first on a Zoom screen, and really it's been an honor to be able to work with him.
Those were fun, weren't they?
They were fun. Yes. Thanks. So I'll turn it over to Lee.
Can everybody hear me? Okay, good. Okay, so this goes up. Okay, so, oh, this one. Okay, all right. So, sorry for the yawns. I'm really busy. Kids are always telling me, you're kind of like The Rock, but without muscles. You're really popular and you're always on the road. So, I take that as a compliment to, I need to get in the gym and get my protein uptake. So hello, I am Lee Perez. I'm the 2022 Nebraska Teacher of the Year, and this is my quarterly report. So just real quick, my background: I was born in North Platte, Nebraska on January 19th, 1982. I just turned 40, so people tell me I look 30, so I'm going to go ahead and take that as a compliment. So I have 15 years teaching experience. I taught for 12 years 7th grade World Studies for the English side of the dual language program for Mars Magnet Middle School in South Omaha. Then I applied for a transfer, and I spent the last 3 years teaching English as a second language for grades 5th through 8 at Alice Buffett Magnet Middle School in Northwest Omaha. I just want to give Buffett Middle School and Mr. Anthony C.K. Clark Kazmarek a shout out, because I was able to secure Nebraska Teacher of the Year by not being there very long, and so they've been absolutely awesome. It's a wonderful school, and I'm super proud to be there. I currently hold 2 teaching endorsements, 7 through 12 social sciences and PK-12 English as a second language. I also coach boys cross country and track and field. I'm a proud member of the National Education Association, the Nebraska State Education Association, and the Omaha Education Association. I am the first person in my family to graduate from college, so that was kind of a big deal. And funny story, I was actually going to start my master's this year, then Teacher of the Year happened, so that kind of got put on hold. So I'm halfway done with my master's degree at Concordia University in teaching English to speakers of other languages, also known as TESOL. So I plan on starting that next March when I'm done, and I'll be the first in my family to secure a master's degree, so that'll be exciting. So my objectives as the 2022 Nebraska Teacher of the Year are to promote more culturally responsive teaching practices in all classrooms so that each and every child can receive an equal and equitable education in a bias-free learning environment, provide more ESL training and awareness for our mainstream classroom teachers to assist our English language learners, we call them ELs, both linguistically and academically, and to diversify the teaching workforce by recruiting and retaining more people of color to serve the needs of our very diverse student populations in Nebraska and nationwide. So those are my objectives, and I'm very proud of that. These are my amazing students right here. So, they love taking selfies and pictures. So to the far left, that's me and my wife that was actually our last year at Mars, getting a selfie. That was 8th grade graduation at Omaha South. So sorry about the funny face. It's just kids are more likely to take a selfie if you take a funny face. So in the middle is a family of ours. This student worked very hard for us, and her English progressed a lot. Me and my wife met in the dual language program. She taught on the Spanish side, and I taught on the English side. So we had the same kiddos. And yeah, just to see their growth was absolutely amazing. Their English progressed so much, so proud. And then to the right is actually one of my English language learners from Thailand that I taught in a summer school program. She was in a refugee camp for 10 years, and then she came to this country with literally nothing, and now she's a freshman at the University of Nebraska, Omaha, studying to be a banker. Yes, so that's very exciting, because I taught Intro to Economics for a summer school program, and she really got interested in the class, and she wanted to do banking and accounting, so super proud of her. Here's some more of my amazing kiddos to the left. These are my English language learners at Buffett. We decided to get a picture with our mascot, which is the bobcat. So in this picture, you'll see a lot of different countries represented. You'll see El Salvador, you'll see Tajikistan, you'll see Afghanistan, and then you'll see Costa Rica. One of the students in that picture, the one from Afghanistan, the one on the ground, she speaks 8 languages. And you know a kid's English is getting better when they learn sarcasm. So one time I was telling a story, and she looks at me and she goes, "Mr. Perez, can you just email me the rest of this story?" So I literally didn't have a comeback for that. So, but yeah, she's a super sweet kid. In the middle, that's me getting my face shoved into some tres leches cake. If you've ever If you've ever had that, you know how delicious that is. If you haven't, you need to have it. It's very, very good. And then to the right are my babies, me and my kiddos at Lauritsen Gardens getting a selfie. So, yep, those are my wives. So whenever you're having a bad day, just think of the middle picture right there. Because when they did that, I didn't even get a piece. And then some got in my mouth, and I said, you guys could at least gave me a piece before you decided to do that. So, yeah. So Nebraska Teacher of the Year, I apologize for the yawning. I'm really tired. It's a good fatigue, though. So as of today, I've given 34 speeches. So I'm going to go ahead and count this as a speech. This is 35. Next week, I have 4. So by the end of the month, I'll have given 40 speeches, and that includes keynotes, workshops, speaking to individual classes, education majors, student teachers. Next week, it's primarily high school ed rising. So that's exciting. I'll be at Millard North and Omaha Burke. So I'm super, super happy about it. As a matter of fact, Burke is our feeder school to Alice Buffett Magnet Middle School. So very, very excited that. So just super, super busy in addition to my teaching duties. Funny story, Willie Carver, who is the Kentucky Teacher of the Year, he says, you know, I get sabbatical. I don't know how you do it. Do you ever sleep? And I say, actually, I get some of the best sleep in my life because public speaking is exhausting. So here are some of my speaking engagements. Nebraska Colleges and University. University of Nebraska, Omaha, UNO, that's my alum. Go Mavericks, probably about 5 times. University of Nebraska, Lincoln, will be about 2 or 3 times. Mr. Penner, University of Nebraska, Kearney, go Lopers. I'll be in your neck of the woods next Friday. My brothers and my wife actually went to UNK. Doane, Wayne State, College of St. Mary's, Concordia, Hastings College, Bellevue University. I was impressed with. They have a teacher education program that was approved by everybody here, and it's expanding and it's growing, and I'm very impressed by it. And it's actually 6 minutes from my house too. And then Peru State College. So there's 16 colleges and institutions in Nebraska. I've pretty much hit all of them. So we'll see where it goes from there. But these are some of the colleges and universities I've hit. And I've met some absolutely incredible aspiring teachers and student teachers that are going to go into the classroom and do just absolutely phenomenal things for our students. And it just makes me proud to be able to go out and spread a message that's positive. And I know things are tough right now, but you know, I'm busy, I'm tired, and I'm still here, and I'm smiling, and I'm loving what I do. So it's always good to get out there, and it's kind of like you said, Commissioner, when I won Teacher of the Year, to spread the message of my platform, especially how English language learners work in mainstream classrooms and how language works and things like that. It's just truly been an honor and a pleasure to do that. Here are my upcoming events. Our Washington week was finally finalized, so I will get to meet my 2022 State Teacher of the Year cohort, April 23rd through 29th in Washington, D.C. Looking forward to that. And then Space Camp will be in Huntsville, Alabama from July 20th to July 25th. Definitely looking forward to that. I've never been to Washington, D.C., so I'm super, super excited about that. And I've never been to Alabama either. So I'm looking forward to that because our first orientation was unfortunately moved to Zoom, which I understand. So I had to meet my cohort over Zoom, which was a lot of fun. I'm being sarcastic, but no, but it'll be awesome because I have 4 English language learner teachers that are in my cohort, and I can't wait to meet these people and to get ideas and give ideas and just find out all the great things that they're doing in our state for our multilingual learners. And with that, that's my report. Are there any questions?
Deborah?
You always make me smile. And like Dr. Blumstead had said, I knew of your work before you were Teacher of the Year. And even though I didn't know you were even applying for it, definitely wasn't surprised.
I didn't either. It's my wife. I got to give my wife a shout out. I finally just did it just to, okay, I'll just do it. She's like, you're busy as enough as it is. You might as well just be busier. And well, she was right. So.
Well, I love, and each year I'm inspired by our Teacher of the Year and the different conversations that they start. And I've loved what I've heard from you. You are talking a lot, you mentioned it at the beginning, culturally responsive teaching. And, you know, before the pandemic, I know there was a lot of discussion about how we needed to have more teachers of color. We need to recruit more teachers of color.
Correct.
And that conversation is I mean, now it's urgent. And why would you help all of us understand why it isn't just more teachers that we need, but more teachers of color as well?
Sure, no problem. Simply put, our classrooms are getting more diverse. We're getting more students of color that are coming in, and, representation matters. And, growing up, in North Platte, I had a teacher of color named Mr. Cisneros, and he was a very, very influential teacher in my life. He was a Latinx teacher. And growing up, I was an at-risk youth. Commissioner, as you know, I didn't like school very much. I barely graduated high school. I always say I'm kind of like the Robert Downey Jr. of education, By the way, he's Iron Man. He's irreplaceable. But no, I used to, when he retired, he went and worked at a J.C. Penney's at the North Platte Mall. And even though I hated school, I used to go during my off time, I didn't have to, just to talk to him and just to see him. And I remember one time he came up to me and he says, Lee, can you do me a favor? He goes, the manager keeps seeing you come in here and you're talking to me for an hour, but you're not buying anything. So can you just buy like a pair of socks or something? I'm like, yeah. So I used to go home and turn my couch over and look in between the cracks in the chairs just to find enough money to buy socks just so I could talk to him. But the point is, even though I didn't like school, the power of seeing a teacher that looked like me was, because on the weekends I would go talk to him when I didn't have to. And that just kind of showed the power of, not only an amazing educator, but an amazing educator of color. And so I think that that's something that all students can benefit from. And it's just been an honor and a privilege to be able to take my platform and to go to Nebraska colleges and universities and high school students and talk about what I'm passionate about. And that's something I'm very passionate about. So thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Lee, thank you so much for your passion and your enthusiasm. I heard you saying how tired, how busy you are and how tired.
Yes.
But I also really appreciate that I was not hearing that you feel overwhelmed.
No.
That I think, your passion, your love of education, of students is what makes that being tired
yes.
and busy
yes.
energy.
Yes.
So keep with that through the year.
Yes, and it is a delicate balance. I have said no to some things. Obviously, I can't do everything. I'm only one person, but it's been just an honor and a privilege to go around and talk about what I love to do and just talk about my experience as an at-risk youth, because we have a lot of those, and just kind of say, hey, if I can do it, you absolutely can do it. And like one of my former students that, I want to get my master's, and I'll be the first in my family. I've encouraged her to get her master's, and I think she's going to do it. She'll be the first in her family. So it's always, and I just actually got done writing a letter of recommendation for a student I had 10 years ago who was accepted into the College of St. Mary's, and she wants to be a nurse. And so it's nice to use this platform to help my former students, even though they haven't been in my classroom for years to come, accomplish their dreams. And it's truly been an honor and a privilege. So thank you.
I'd like to follow that up with a question.
Yes.
You've mentioned the number of presentations that you've done, and you indicated some of them have been workshops.
Yes, ma'am.
So could you please just tell us, what are the workshops? What's the topic? What's your approach?
Yeah, so a lot of the topics are mainly just how to work with English language learners in the classroom. So, just like sometimes people don't understand how language works and how, so for example, like I'll go over like the research with like linguistics, like it takes 7 to 10 years to learn a language. And the thing is like when English language learners come here, they want to learn English, it just takes time. Like I'm learning Spanish right now, and it's hard because, well, I'm old and my brain's fully developed, and it's just, I'm kind of able to empathize with them, because when I was in Mexico City this summer, my wife kind of just left me in the market by myself, and it was uncomfortable, but my Spanish got better as a result of that. But again, it's a process. So just a quick story, I had a student from Honduras come over recently. When she got here, she spoke no English. And, I've been teaching her English for 2 months, and literally last week she came up to me and said, in these exact words, "Mr. Perez, may I please use the bathroom?" And I was like, wow. And that's just what makes my job awesome, is just being able to help them navigate the culture here, the school systems, and teach them English so they can go out and be successful. So it's been truly a privilege, yes.
Well, you may say you're old, but you look 30, so you're all right.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
Anybody else? Oh, Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Perez. I used to be assistant high school principal at North Platte High School.
Oh, yes. Go Bulldogs. Yeah.
And when you mentioned Mr. Cisneros, and then you mentioned how you weren't, what would you call it, the A student, it reminded me, did you also play basketball for Coach Moore?
I did, yes.
And I'm thinking that you and I are paths crossed more than what I know.
Yes, and
So-
Coach Moore played a very, very influential part of my life. I actually spoke in Neola, Iowa this week. I'm sorry, I had to put up the Nebraska-Iowa score just to, I have to play to my crowd, so that really pumped him up. I'm a Husker fan, though. Don't tell him that. But yeah, I actually told a story about Coach Moore. He was a very, very key part in my life, too. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, it's good that it took me this long to figure out who you were, which tells me you didn't spend a lot of time in my office. So,
No.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Just really appreciate it. Talk to you later.
No problem.
Yeah, I'll keep this one simple. Share a little bit more just about your family, children, and tell us more about your wife.
Oh, well, my
which
wife.
I'm sure you're very proud of.
Yes, my wife is my rock. She definitely supported me a lot in this. She's the one that actually got me to run for this, and I finally just did it, and she's very persistent. But yeah, so she's, we met at Mars. We taught in dual language together. She's actually assistant principal at Edward Babe Gomez Elementary School in South Omaha. We live in South Omaha. And yeah, we love education. We actually spent a week in Cancun last week to just kind of unplug. So it was nice to not be Nebraska Teacher of the Year for a week, but just be a human being. But I think that was really important to just kind of get that rest and recovery, and just to, and I'm always telling like education majors, like, definitely find that balance between professional and personal lives and things like that. So I have 5 brothers. We have a big family. My mom wanted me to be a girl, so I said, sorry, Mom. So yeah, I'm in the middle, but yeah, I have a big family, and we pretty much all live in Omaha now. My mom lived in North Platte for many years. She worked on the railroad, and she's happily retired now, and she's living in Omaha, and she's enjoying being a grandma right now. So
Thank you for sharing that.
absolutely.
Any more questions or comments? Mr. Perez, when you show us the pictures of you with your students and your smile, I know that you are an extraordinary teacher, and they made a great decision this year to choose you. And we'll all be following and watching and waiting for you to come back and tell us what else you're doing. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much. Oh,
and
there will be more.
and representing so well.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Commissioner, item 3.1 and 3.1 and 3.2.
Yeah, so I'll be brief. We didn't have any items requested for being pulled from consent agenda, so obviously we'll move forward with that. I really will be brief, and just thanks for all the great presentations here this morning, and really appreciated that. Ryan, is there anything you had for item 3.2? I see no, and so let this be my quickest commissioner's report back to you. So.
Pardon me, I know. Okay, all right. So the next item on the agenda is the president's report, and mine will also be brief. I do want to encourage you. We have a great opportunity that keeps being presented to us with Linda Richards. She will give each of you an hour of time, and I'm sure she would even give you more, to workshop with her on your leadership skills. And I know that it's difficult for us to see ourselves you know, you're kind of shocked when you walk by the store window and you look over there, or you get in the mirror and look at yourself and go, really, is that really me? Well, it's the same way with our gifts and talents. And our flaws. So if you want to explore that, she is so gracious. You give her a call, and when I did, it was an hour later that I had a meeting set up. And I know Deborah did as well, and she's asked to work with some of the committee chairs and vice chairs. So you could also use that opportunity to do that. So take advantage of all the opportunities that you can to learn more about education and more about yourself as a leader, because we don't get them all that often in this world, and they're easy to ignore and go on. But you've experienced how wonderful these PRISM coaches are, and so I encourage you to do that. Okay? That's the shortest president's report. Okay, item 5, the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Did I go 2 pages? Okay, Mo?
I move to approve the consent agenda as written.
A second.
I'll second. The motion was made by Maureen Nichols and seconded by Patty Goebbels.
Per board policy, there is no discussion on the motion to approve the consent agenda. Andrea, will you please call the roll?
Fricke? Neary?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Goebbels? Yes. Stevens?
Yes.
Morrison? Nichols?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
6 yes, 2 absent.
Standing committee reports, executive committee. Robin Stevens will provide a report from the executive committee meeting.
Thank you, Madam President. On April 7th, the Executive Committee was called to order by President Kojons. The meeting began with an overview of the legislative bills that the committee took a stand to support or to oppose. Brian Halstead presented this overview. He will also update us at this particular time. Commissioner.
Yeah, Brian, would you go ahead and provide a little overview for us?
Good morning, Brian Halstead, Deputy Commissioner, Government Relations. Attached in Spark, you will find the document that has been updated as of last night on the status of bills before the legislature. I would inform you today is the 56th legislative day of a 60-day maximum session. For your information, today is the last day any bill on general file can be advanced to select file and be enacted this session. So today the legislature is working on a number of bills. None of them are education related or bills that we have been following or you've taken a position on. We anticipate on Monday there will be a number of bills that will be on select file. As you can see from the document yesterday, the legislature did advance a number of bills. What I have also done for you is yesterday the legislature passed and sent to the governor LB 1014. That is the so-called $1 billion ARPA bill the legislature worked on this session. There are a couple of bills that you were sent a letter to be a proponent on when the introducers requested our support. They are included in 1014, so we'll wait to see what the governor does with that. One of those provides to the department $1 million to improve training and equipment for interpreters of the deaf and hard of hearing who work in the school system of the state of Nebraska, which is an issue I know some of you are aware of. The executive director of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Commission has appeared before this board on several occasions, and you in past actions have taken steps to increase and to modify Rule 51 about the need for that training to occur. So that is one of the things the legislature decided the pandemic funds could be used for. At this point, I'll stop. I'll see if you have any questions about any of the bills before the legislature.
Are there any questions or comments? Thank you, Brian. We can access those at our leisure as well. Okay.
Continuing then with my report, Leslie Donnelly arrived at the meeting as requested by the committee. The staff and the commissioner left the meeting. The executive committee asked Ms. Donnelly questions on the process and protocol of the commissioner's appraisal. The committee wanted to make sure that we were following the appropriate guidelines and rules. Conferring with Ms. Donnelly gave us information to guide us in creating a new and better appraisal document. Part of that discussion, the committee had brought up the idea of surveys for randomly confidential, which would be given to superintendents around the state. This would help gather more information to support the board survey and the instrument that we use in evaluating the commissioner. The Nebraska Association of School Boards was contacted and given help by their expert on staff. Her name is Marcia Herring, who suggested that we do indeed use a survey, and she had some options for us. The last question would provide, in this survey, the last question would provide an opportunity for appraiser to express a few examples to demonstrate the supporting information of the previous questions. Obviously, there will be some more work done on this particular survey with Ms. Herring. Ms. Herring would provide guidance throughout the creation of the new instrument, one from the board and one from the random selected superintendent survey that I mentioned just a little bit ago. From the goals that the commissioner creates for himself and the goals the committee glean from the survey, the executive committee will create SMART goals that will sufficiently and specifically and are time-bound goals for the commissioner. Our next steps will be to review the results of the following timeline created to keep this committee on track in providing a successful appraisal instrument that assures the success of the commissioner. After the discussion, the staff and the commission or the commissioner were invited back into the discussion. Joel, help me with the Sherling, was asked to review the process that begins tomorrow. The entire board will find the commissioner's appraisal in their mail on Friday, April 8th, in other words, today. And they have 2 weeks to complete the appraisal. As always, the staff provides support and information that aids the board in completing their work. The staff left after the report by Joel. The meeting was adjourned then at 5:30 p.m. That concludes our report, and unless I'm mistaken, there are no action items, Madam President.
Okay, any questions or comments or additions? Okay. The three committee members are, of course, myself and Deborah Neary and Lisa Fricke and Robin Stevens. And so you'll be hearing us as we progress through this process, update you and make you aware of everything that we're doing. Agenda 6.1C, we will now have a presentation on proposed board policy structure revisions from Patty Googles.
Thank you. As I was preparing to serve on the state board, and that's been almost a year and a half ago now, one of the things I did was access our policy reference manual because I wanted to familiarize myself with our bylaws and our policies. And in doing that, it struck me that we have lots of bylaws. And it seemed that some of those bylaws are really policies, but going under the name of being a bylaw. I also thought with our internal policy directives, as we call them, which are just our policies, that those policies really didn't have organization. I also noticed that within the policy reference manual, we have position statements. But some of those position statements are really not position statements. We have two what are called model policies in with our position statements. So once I started serving on the board, and I was appointed to serve on the policy committee, I thought this is an opportunity maybe for me to see if I can come up with some ideas for how our policy structure could be revised. So Ryan and I had, I don't know how many conversations, but a number of conversations just sharing ideas with each other about what the changes might look like, what the process would need to be in order for all of those changes to occur. And then I started working on the project. So I took information to, I think it was 2 or 3 of our policy committee meetings, and we started discussing this project. But because there were a number of other priorities that arose last year, that project was put on hold. And then I believe it was our February work session with the PRISM advisors that one of those advisors during our dialogue said, "It looks like you have a lot of bylaws." So it confirmed that, gosh, the work I was pursuing was maybe on the right track, but it also led to dialogue and the suggestion that I come to you as a board and introduce you to my way of thinking about how our policy reference manual might be revised and reorganized so that it's really more appropriate, but also so that it's more understandable and functional. Okay. So my purposes in proposing these changes, the first one is to assure that our bylaws only include basic rules that relate to our board as an organization. In other words, some examples are board officers, or we recently revised B2, our board committees. Those are appropriate things to have as bylaws. A second purpose is to delineate policies, because as I started reading through the bylaws that seemed to me to not be bylaws, but really were policies, and looking at our current policy directives, it occurred to me that we really have 2 kinds of policies. We have policies that relate to our operations as a board, and we also have policies that are more related to managing the agency of the Department of Education. So one of my goals was to try and separate our policies into those 2 categories or kinds. And then finally, to just remove model policies from the position statements. Model policies are not policy statements, they're not position statements. They really are templates for local school districts to use when they need to write legislatively mandated policies. I think they're important for us to have, but we need to find a new home for them so that they're not in with our position statements. Okay. So to give you a broad, kind of sweeping comparison of how our policy structure is now compared to what I'm proposing, right now in our policy reference manual, we have bylaws that we code as B. We have internal policy directives designated as P, and then we have position statements, S. And again, those position statements currently include those two model policies. With the changes that I'm proposing, or at least putting out there as an idea, would be for us to have 4 different kinds of documents. We'd have bylaws, and I would suggest changing the coding for these so that they're more descriptive, and also because we really need to, since we will now have 2 kinds of policies, we need to be able to distinguish those. So just using one letter might be difficult to do that. So we'd have bylaws, BLW, board operating policies, BOP or BOP. I thought that might be fun. And agency management policies, AMP. And then position statements, coded PS. You see that position statements, I don't have a 3-letter code. I went with a 2-letter code. Some of that came from a suggestion by Ryan, but I think it's a great suggestion that just by looking at whether something is coded with 3 letters or 2 tells us whether it's a bylaw policy or whether it's a position statement. Because position statements are simply advisory, they're informative, right? They're not rules for us. They certainly are things that we believe are important, but they're not the same as a bylaw or a policy. Okay. So to further explain this, I think definitions are important. So the definition I have tentatively developed for bylaws is that they are our own rules about the organization and governance of our board. So state board officers is certainly a bylaw. Minutes of meetings are part of a bylaw. And I'll talk a little bit more about how there are some of these bylaws that I think can be combined. Parliamentary procedure is a rule, right? That's how we operate as a board. How bylaws are developed and defined, how they're amended, are bylaws. Board operating policies. Board operating policies relate to and support our 3 primary responsibilities, those being policymaking, rulemaking, and our quasi-judicial work. They also specify how, as board members, we are to conduct ourselves and to interact with individuals and entities. So, for example, our code of conduct is a board operating policy. Rule development is a board operating policy. Agency management policies define how the state board intends the Department of Education to operate and conduct its actions and business, and how the state board itself may be involved in such matters. So some examples of agency management policies, policies that we have that explain to the Department of Ed hiring practices, human relations policies, right? Our policy that delegates administrative authority to the Commissioner of Education is an agency management policy. And then finally, position statements are just our way as a board of letting our public and educators know where we stand on a topic, a concern, or an educational area. And again, these are general statements. They advise, they inform, but they're not rules. Examples of several of the position statements that we have an expanded learning opportunities position statement. We have an assessment of student learning position statement. Okay? So, how would all of this happen? I started with thinking about bylaw conversion. Right now, we have 20 bylaws. With this reorganization, we would have 6 bylaws. In order to make that happen, there is a group of bylaws that all relate to board meetings that I would suggest we find a way to merge into one, so that anyone who is looking for something related to meetings can go to one bylaw. Everything from notification of board meetings to board minutes, right, to different kinds of meetings that occur. Board meetings, whether it's a special board meeting or an emergency board meeting and so on. It would also then mean moving 13 of the 20 bylaws so that they would become board operating policies. I have procedures up there. I sometimes use those interchangeably, which may or may not be appropriate, but I guess I do that because when I'm thinking about policies, to me the policies are the how, right? Which is also procedural. And then finally, I would split one of the bylaws into 2. Actually, this bylaw ultimately would be split into 5 different policies or bylaws combination, but it is policy B12. Currently, bylaw B12. Okay, this bylaw is the one that discusses how bylaws, policies, and position statements are developed. So I think we need to pull the bylaws part of that out, keep it as a bylaw or bylaws. One, how bylaws are defined, how they're developed, and also a bylaw about how bylaws are amended. But the other pieces then would become part of board operating policies to talk about how policies are developed and amended. And what do we do to come up with position statements, right? And probably even something on resolutions. Okay. So that's what would happen with bylaws. The internal policy directives conversion. Right now, all of our policies are internal policy directives. We have 11 of them. By definition, these are, if they become agency management policies, they really define how we intend for the Department of Education to operate and conduct its business. You look on there and you see that my definition is very similar to the existing internal policy directives definition. 10 of the current internal policy directives would become agency management policies. There is one internal policy directive that, when I look at our definitions, I really believe it should become a board operating policy. It is policy staff relations, okay, because it tells us how we should be interacting with individuals or entities. So I would move that over to board operating policies. And obviously, all of this is just my first thinking about this, so there's certainly work to be done. With the position statement revisions, very simply with position statements, I would just recommend that we remove those 2 model policies and find a different place for them, right? So that they're not confused. It's very confusing when I was first reading the position statements, to then all of a sudden come upon a model policy, because it was like, how does this fit? Was it a position statement that became something else? So I think just having those separate would make that much more understandable to anyone who is reading through our policy reference manual. So where does that leave us? Again, these are just tentative thoughts. I have done some of this work in rough draft. The first thing I would suggest is that we revise B12 into the new structure. If we're going to reorganize, I think we need to have bylaws that tell us what our definition is and how that reorganization, how can these bylaws be amended, right? So I think it makes sense to revise B12 into the structure. Then there will be work on reorganizing the existing bylaws and policies into the new structure. So moving some of those bylaws into BOP, and recoding them, right, amending the codes so that we're using the 3-letter codes. Wording in bylaws, none of the changes that I'm suggesting or the drafts that I've started working on are really substantive wording changes, right? I basically maybe took a policy and split it into 2, or there are 2 policies that I found a way to try and pull them together as one. But I also thought we need to consider writing new policies as needed. And that's beyond the scope of the project that I'm involved in. But what I see right now is we have lots of discussion of the need for some new policies. Some of those, I think the executive committee has started dialoguing about. But I think as we're making this revision, anything that is being newly developed, we need to filter into the new structure. Merge some bylaws and merge some policies. As I mentioned, 4 bylaws, we might be able to merge those into one, just called board meetings. And then recommend title changes for some bylaws and policies. There is currently a policy teacher certification that really doesn't have anything to do with teacher certification per se. It's a policy that is related to certification complaints, and investigations. Again, for functionality, it makes sense to title a policy so that when people see the title, they know what's to follow. And then develop some kind of transition plan. I mean, obviously you can see we're talking about lots of individual bylaws, policies, and we certainly have to think about how do we transition from what we have currently to when does the new structure take effect? How do we make sure that people don't get lost in the what is and what will be, if you want to say it that way? So there's a lot of thinking that needs to be done, and conversations with lots of different people about the best way, I think, to come up with a plan for reporting, for approving, publishing the revised policies and bylaws. And then finally, really determine placement, I think both of resolutions and model policies, probably in conjunction with position statements. I haven't really thought through all of that in any detail or depth, but it makes sense to have some kind of organization of those that they would be together somewhere. Okay. So that's really my introduction. I was thinking about, well, what does that mean for us as a board? And I think it really means first that as a board, we need to have some dialogue and determine if this policy structure work is something that you believe should continue. You know, are we on the right track? And if so, you know, who will do what? I guess that's sensitive to me in a respect, because I'm not on executive committee, right, that is now dealing with policies. I certainly am willing to continue the work, but I think if that's the case, there needs to be some kind of sense of how does that happen, right? Because there needs to be a reporting and a place for dialogue as this process continues. So with that, I would entertain any questions or comments that you might have.
Maureen?
Well, Patty, I want to thank you for all the work that you have put into this. This is a huge endeavor, and from all the information you have shared, it's very obvious revisions need to be made, and it's nice to have someone on the board who recognizes this. And I knew last year during my presidency, when you first approached me about it, it became evident to me that you were the right person to begin this work. I am very pleased with what you've shared with us today, and I hope that this board will determine that this is something we absolutely want to move forward with, and that we could perhaps put together an ad hoc, the president could put together an ad hoc committee or just a separate committee to work on this, so that you aren't alone in this work. And you shouldn't be alone in it. We all need to take ownership of it. So I hope that other board members will affirm that idea. But thank you. Thank you so much for this work. And Ryan, working with her as well, with your expertise. I do have one question. Because we work closely at different times with our national association, NASB, have you worked with them at all or considered working with them to check about research of what policies they have seen come to light recently, or what they could be of assistance to us with?
I have not done that, Maureen, but that's a great suggestion, that I will be in contact with them to have some conversations and
Right.
get
I think
some
Paulo and his research crew would be very open to any assistance that they could give to us or lend to us. So thank you again.
Robin?
I certainly want to thank you as well. Policy, sometimes when I hear that word, my eyes start to glaze over. But it is so good to hear and to have someone with your expertise, your knowledge, your experience in this particular area. I really don't know how the executive board will respond to your question about, how does this fit in? So I'm only speaking for myself and not for the executive board, but I have absolutely no problem in seeing you continue with this process and leading this process. I guess would be my thought, that just keeping us abreast of the work that's being done, involving the executive board, however the executive board may want to be involved. But I have absolutely no problem with you continuing the process. I know you're the chair of the Planning and Evaluation. I don't know if do you believe that there's carryover there, that the work should be done in any way, shape, or form there? I think you're also on Budget and Finance, so I don't see that as being a real spot. And I'm not really asking you for an answer, but these are just questions that come into my mind and maybe something that you would think about. But those are my comments, and again, just thank you.
You're welcome. I apologize, Robin, for using the word policy so many times in my presentation, because I notice your eyes are getting almost over. I won't have a complete answer for the question you asked about whether I think some of this work might be appropriately filtered to committees. I think there will come a time where if there are changes to wording in any of the current policies, that there be some kind of review by the appropriate committee. Just as we do now, we take policies to specific committees for review. So I do see that, but as far as really moving a bulk of the work to any one existing committee, I don't really see that. I mean, other than whatever the executive committee would think is appropriate.
Anybody else, Deborah?
Yeah, I love discussing policies, so I'm really enthused about the work you've done, and you've used your arranger skills for sure, and we need that. You know, because we've been around so long, and we have, I mean, the work that we do encompasses so much more than just K-12 education. And a lot of people don't even realize that, but you know, we keep, as a matter of fact, I remember before the pandemic, I had some notebooks printed for the commissioner that said we're the Nebraska Department of Everything, because sometimes it feels like that. And I know the commissioner's not trying to be that, but we just, and so we keep growing, and this is something that definitely needs to organically happen every now and then, and we are overdue. And it's really important work if we want to be more efficient and effective in the work that we're doing. So thank you. And I would just say that if the board decides this or the executive committee decides this, I really like the idea of an ad hoc committee with you leading it, because you have such strong skills in this area, but we certainly want to get you some good partners to do that work with. And thank you so much for this.
Any else comment or question? I just wrote a note that we would put it on the agenda for the next executive meeting to discuss it. But I certainly think everybody agrees that after you've done this monumental process and thought it through so clearly that Robin's eyes glazed over, but he still understood. Anyway, we'll come back to you, but I think we all agree that you should be the chair of that, however it filters out. Okay. All right. 6.2.c. Maureen, is there a motion on item 6. Whoops. Oh, did I go too far? Did I spit on my hand? Oh, okay. 6.2, Budget and Finance Committee. Agenda item, Chair Marie Nichols, please provide a report from the Budget and Finance Committee meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I want to say a big thank you to the committee members. We met yesterday afternoon for a lengthy dialogue and discussion. Patty Goebbels and Kirk Penner, thank you, Kirk. And Jacqueline was able to join us by Zoom, so we were able to have a full committee discussion anyway. So I thank them for all being in attendance. We had no consent agenda items to go over, but we do have several action items, and I'm going to report on those. The first action item is going to be 2.2A on our agenda. Discuss plan for the remaining use of ESSER set-aside funds and project next steps for the USDOE, the United States Department of Education compliance. Bryce Wilson and Lane Carr shared a great deal of information with us, and if we need to, we'll be happy to bring them up to answer any questions that you as board members may have. But the discussion centered around the staff. They reviewed the plan for the remaining use of ESSER funds and covered feedback from surveys directing the use of the funds, including needs for technology, social emotional supports, mental health supports, and unfinished teaching and learning. The committee discussed the overall use of the funds aligns with the needs of education in Nebraska. The staff highlighted the use of funds that have already been invested during the last year and a half in the 5 different areas identified as needs from public feedback. The need for good data was discussed and the impacts that it has across the education system. Concerns were noted about investing in technology and data modernization systems compared to other potential options that we could have used monies for. But the committee supports bringing forth the item to the full board for a vote today. We have another action item, approve funding recommendations for the federally funded expanded learning collaborative sites. Zainab, Rita, and Lane Carr shared information with us. The discussion, the committee asked how these schools were selected. Per NDE, these locations were selected based on the designations of comprehensive support and involvement, targeted school and improvement, and additional targeted support and improvement schools, achievement data, and COVID-19 impacts. And the committee supported bringing this item to the full board for a vote today. And we can have more information from Zainab and Lane on that later if we need to in discussion. Another action item, authorizing the commissioner to sign an agreement with the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services to accept funds to support early childhood infrastructure related activities. And Melody Hobson shared information with us. It was discussed the plan to use the funds from DHHS to collaborate the build-out of Nebraska coach consultants for $160,000, manage a cohort of the National Association of Elementary School Principals preschool to 3rd grade early childhood cohort of $1,237,205, and continue the next phase of building the early childhood integrated data system for $1,800,000. The committee discussed concerns around spending money on a data system and if NDE or DHHS made decisions on how these funds were allocated. The committee does support bringing this item to the full board for a vote yet today. Another action item, authorizing the commissioner to obligate resources from the agreement with the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services for the Nebraska Early Childhood Integrated Data System, ECIDS. I believe I've said that correctly, ECIDS. And Kristen Yates and Melody Hobson shared information with us. They shared the use of the funds and DHHS's desire to work with NDE to create a data system that collects data to benefit both agencies. Kristen and Melody are open to speaking to you later. The committee supports bringing this item to the full board for a vote. And lastly, on action items, to authorize the commissioner to approve awards for new and expanded early childhood education program grants to the identified public school districts. And Melody talked to us about that. And she will share those districts with you later so that you can see if any of them are in your district. Melody reviewed the source of the funds and how these funds are used. NDE received over 19 new or expansion grant applications, and districts are selected by congressional districts, quality of grant, and needs. The committee supported bringing this item to the full board for a vote. Moving on, we reviewed the monthly travel expense report. NDE staff reviewed the report ahead of time and noted total expenditures are still very low compared to last year prior to the pandemic and years prior to the pandemic. We reviewed the in-state travel authorization reports. there was no discussion on that. We had an update, discussion on the board's action from January 7th, 2022. The Budget and Finance Committee shall review its description and report back to the board with any further recommended revisions no later than the June 2022 board meeting. The committee discussed potentially, I should say we dialogued, potentially working on a portion of the strategic plan, how that could be involved. The committee talked about being more involved in strategic investments and getting follow-up on those investments to ensure the funds are being and achieving the desired results, as Corey did earlier today with the Zern math. And lastly, Kirk Penner shared with us a mental health program that he's been in touch with ESU 5 on, and looking at presenting to the Budget and Finance Committee on a comprehensive mental health program at a future meeting. And this concludes the Budget and Finance Committee report, and I don't think Robin's eyes are glazed over too much.
Is there a motion on 6.2C?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to affirm the revised plan for the remaining use of ESSER set-aside funds.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Motion was made by Maureen Nichols and seconded by Patty Goebbels.
Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yes, and I am not in the committee, so I wasn't fully involved in the conversations that have happened, not just yesterday, but over the last few months. And but I only have an awareness that since we're missing some people today, we might have had more of a discussion today at the board meeting than we're going to have. And so because the seeds were planted in me that maybe the full discussion that could have happened hasn't happened, I probably will abstain from voting, but it's not at all in protest that I'm opposed to the plan or the budget. Just that in a perfect world, if we had more time, I would have loved to, postpone the meeting the next month if we could, but we can't. There's too many things that need to happen with the funding. I respect the work of the Finance Committee and the discussions that you've had, and I know there's so much I haven't heard, but I just kind of wanted to explain that I don't mean any disrespect at all by abstaining today, and I was told that wouldn't really impact the outcome of anything. So, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Robin, here we go.
Yeah, this is just a very general statement and kind of a question, but I believe that you guys have really been working on this since November. Is that correct?
Yes, we have. We've had many discussions, several months' worth of discussions, and a lot of information was brought to the group. We postponed it from last month to bring forward. A lot of the information that was asked for was brought back last month, was brought back yesterday and shared. And so it's time to move forward.
Yeah, and I just echo some things there that Deborah made mention to. Just thanks for all of that work, and not only to you, Maureen, but to all your members, which I think you've already identified. So I just appreciate you staying the course.
I just want to say the staff has worked very, very hard at bringing forth the information asked for, and I just thank them for all the work that they've put together for us.
Any other comments or questions?
Morrison, Fricke, Nichols,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Neary,
Abstain.
Stevens,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
5 yes, 1 abstain, 2 absent.
The motion passes. Maureen, is there a motion on item 6.2D?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to approve funding recommendations for the federally funded expanded learning collaborative sites.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you.
This motion was made by Maureen Nichols and seconded by Kirk Penner.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Andrea, will you please call the roll?
Stevens,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Morrison, Kojons,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Fricky, 6 yes, 2 absent.
The motion passed. Maureen, is there a motion on item 6.2E?
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's on. HS to accept funds to support early childhood infrastructure-related activities.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Patty seconded the motion.
The motion was made by Maureen Nichols and seconded by Patty Goebbels.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Andrea, call the roll.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Fricky, Stevens,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Morrison, 6 yes, 2 absent.
The motion passed. Maureen, is there a motion on item 6.2F?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to authorize the Commissioner to obligate resources from the agreement with DHHS for the Nebraska Early Childhood Integrated Data System.
Is there a second? Deborah?
The motion was made by Maureen Nichols and seconded by Deborah Neary.
Is there any discussion on the motion?
Patsy?
Oh, yeah, Patty.
I would just comment that this data system is critically important for being able to provide unduplicated incidences of preschoolers where they're being provided care. I mean, right now, we're not in a position that we're able to really get, there's some work being, I should back up, there's some work that has been done on this system, but completing this work will make access to really important data much easier for people to get to.
Any other discussion? Maureen?
I would just like to add to Patty's point, this is a huge step in the right direction, especially when early childhood is so important, and getting this data that will help follow us through. So I'm really pleased that we have these funds to be able to do this with an opportunity that we wouldn't have normally had.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, Andrea, please call the roll.
Kojons,
Yes.
Fricky, Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison, Penner,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
6 yes, 2 absent.
Maureen, is there a motion on item 6.2G?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to authorize the Commissioner to approve awards for new and expanded early childhood education program grants to the identified public school districts.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Oh, okay, a nod, all right.
The motion was made by Maureen Nichols and seconded by Kirk Penner.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Andrea, please call the roll.
Neary,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Fricky, Nichols,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison, Penner,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes,
6 yes, 2 absent.
the motion passed. Agenda item 6.3. Chair Patty Goebbels, please provide a report from the Planning and Evaluation Committee meeting.
Thank you. The Planning Evaluation Committee meeting was called to order at 1:20 p.m. yesterday afternoon. In preparation for an action item, Brad Dirksen and Mickey Scharf presented an overview of Rule 14, described accreditation responsibilities, explained regulations for annual Rule 14 approval, and outlined monitoring procedures for Rule 14 approved schools. The staff recommended approval of the non-public schools appearing on an accompanying list to operate for the 2022-2023 school year under Rule 14, which is regulations and procedures for the legal operation of approved non-public schools. The committee supports the recommendation and seeks board approval at the meeting today of that motion. 2.2 was our first discussion item, and that was to provide an update to the board on the fall 2022 accountability requirements and federal flexibilities being sought. The NDE staff members Shirley Vargas and Lane Carr provided information to our committee about the feedback that they are receiving from stakeholders about an addendum to the state's ESSA plan that is being pursued to allow for a one-year accountability transition year. The addendum will allow for modifications in the accountability due to the pandemic and disruptions in accountability data. The committee requested that Lane and Shirley provide a brief explanation to the board of the components, rationale, and justification for the submission of the addendum. So I will turn it over to Lane and to Shirley.
Okay, good morning. Still good morning. Perfect. Shirley Vargas, School Transformation Officer, Administrator for Coordinated School and District Support. I'm here with my colleague.
Hello again, Lane Carr. I am the administrator for the Office of Policy and Strategic Initiatives at NDE.
Perfect. So we have a couple of objectives for you all. First is we'll discuss where we have been, where we are, where we're going related to federal accountability. We'll talk about some of the requirements and the philosophy we're taking as a result of where we are today with accountability, put that in some context related to where we are going, and also think about and talk really briefly about what that means in terms of support for our schools and districts that are identified. Lane's gonna kick us off around where we've been thus far with accountability.
You bet. Thank you. And so as we think about the fall of 2022 and the classifications and designations that we will be endeavoring on, we wanted to make sure that you had a little insight into the past. So attached in Spark and also available on our website, aquest.com, is this timeline of accountability from beginning in 1996, I believe, and then seeing the evolution over time. So we just offer that as sort of a foundation on which we're building our accountability system. As we move to really focus in today on our conversation, we want to note that there's both state and federal requirements around school accountability, public school accountability, and we're focusing really specifically today on the Every Student Succeeds Act and the designations that are involved with that. And on the next slide, you'll see sort of how we have mapped on our indicators. And an indicator is, as it implies, a measure of student achievement or something that we perceive to influence student achievement. And you'll see sort of our mapping there, and we offer that and again, are happy to connect further in the future. This is the start of a conversation about how those indicators are having to change because of accountability and just the pandemic that we've been in over this last several years.
So wrong mic. So what we see here are the classifications and designations. Classifications is what we do as a state department, in which all of our public schools and districts are classified as excellent, great, good, or needs improvement, or need support to improve. Our designations are slightly federal and also state, where you see on the right-hand side of your screen, targeted and additional targeted support and improvement. These are schools that are identified for a student group, and it's specific to low student group performance. On the left-hand side, you see comprehensive support and improvement. These are the lowest 5% of Title I schools in our state. Additionally, any high school, that has a graduation rate lower than 67% is automatically flagged for this type of support, as well as schools that were identified as additional targeted support and improvement. So those schools, after 3 years, if they have not made the necessary progress, become CSI schools. So ATSI has more implications related to whether or not students are making the necessary performance that they need. And then lastly, on the lower left-hand corners are priority schools, state designation, in which they're among the lowest performing schools and demonstrate the greatest need to implement and sustain school improvement efforts. To give you a numerical value, we have 363 schools that are identified for targeted or additional targeted support, 27 CSI schools, and 4 priority schools. To also give you a geographical picture of what this means, I think there's a myth and a misconception that sometimes they're in our more overly populated centers, and as you see, there's a distribution statewide. And as you see on the chart on the right-hand side, our student group, which is students with disabilities, is our largest identified student group. I said there were 363 schools that were identified. If you add all these numbers up, you won't get that number, but we wanted to show you that some schools may be identified for multiple student groups, which warrants a different type of conversation as well. So wanted to just paint a visual picture as to what this distribution means in our state. And what this all means, and what it comes down to, is how we then deploy the supports that we have in our State Department. So our commissioner back in 2018, really started us off with this image of a trapezoid, and as we have continued to learn around the supports we provide to our schools, we've begun to mirror the work that our Nebraska multi-tiered systems of support has done, which is we understand what schools have been identified to receive additional support, and then we work across the agency to coordinate, differentiate, or intensify those supports as needed. So as you see in Tier 1, every single school is classified, but not every single school is designated for support. So as you move up the triangle, those supports become more intensified as appropriate and as the context is required. So what does this mean for where we're going now? Lane's gonna kick us off.
You bet. So we know it's been a different year, and we know it's been a different couple of years, 3 years for those who were impacted by floods, right? So as we are restarting accountability, we want to share with you just a little bit about our philosophy. This different year requires us to take a different look, and there has been a comparison to a dimmer switch rather than a light switch. We have to ease our way back into this space, and we have to think a little bit differently. I want to also note that some of the trend data that we were using for accountability has been disrupted over time, with the opportunity to take a flexibility from the federal government in 2020 to allow a space in our assessment system, we don't have that same trend data that we often rely upon. So thinking about looking at this year and looking right now at sort of a snapshot of how our schools are doing, how our students are doing, and where we need to surge some of our supports. And then our last thing that I wanted to note here is along those same lines, really ensuring that we're focusing our attention in the short term and in the longer term around serving students that have the greatest need.
It's important to note that we're required to designate schools this year as a result of the waivers that we have been provided from the U.S. Department of Education. So that really means, like Lane has mentioned, it's not just we just go back to normal accountability, but rather think about the implications that that data has had and that the pandemic has had on summative assessment, chronic absenteeism. And lastly, we also know that we have received significant feedback related to the fact that our accountability system has been a moving target. So while we're working towards this addendum that allows us flexibility for our federally approved state ESSA plan, we also want to consider the things that we need to do for an amendment for our state ESSA plan and the decisions that you all will be faced with in setting that direction for us moving forward.
So as we think about the now, the present place that we're at as a state, the federal government has allowed us this one-year transition document. It's an addendum, an attachment to our ESSA plan that allows for a flexibility during this transition back into, as the commissioner says, a new normal, right? Resuming that normal. And so just to summarize a couple of those items on there, we have some changes that are needing to be made to our indicators. And I cross off one of them because we have received significant feedback over the past couple of weeks from our stakeholders across the state. And so we're making a change to what we originally recommended. And I just wanted to note that that feedback was heard from our stakeholders. A couple of just important things to note about this. We're thinking about our cohorts of student groups, our cohorts of identifications, which Shirley will talk about in a moment, and then just changing up the way that we currently use some of those indicators, adjusting the calculations, and ultimately the business rules to see what that will look like for our designations.
So to provide you another visual representation of what this means, initially, when I showed you the graphic that said classifications and designations, it said 27 CSI schools, 363 targeted and additional targeted support and improvement. So what I want to show you with this table here, is that we actually needed to map out all the way to 2026, 2027 to understand what the implications of the decisions made today have into the near future. So what you see in the very middle is where you start seeing some overlapping of the rows. And our current CSI schools, of which there are 27, they will be eligible to exit in the fall, and a new set of CSI schools will be identified. Our additional targeted support and improvement schools will remain an additional year in their designation because, as a reminder to the waiver, the 2019-2020 school year did not count towards years in status. So essentially, it was a year zero. And what that also means is that this fall we'll also be identifying additional targeted support and improvement schools. So there'll be a slight overlap. And what we want to do is actually get our schools all back on track so we can coordinate our supports better, leverage the resources that we have more efficiently across our state, and ultimately be able to provide efficient communication to our schools and districts. What we want to clearly point out here is that any school that's identified this year will have an opportunity to exit at any point throughout their designation period. That's really critical because our current ESSA plan states that a school is in that designation for 3 years. So whether or not you make progress, that school is designated for 3 years. And we want to allow that flexibility for a school to exit if they demonstrate that progress throughout any point in their designation, and also provide the support that they need throughout that time. So we wanted to just visually show you that. And we also know that with education law, there could be changes from now until 2026, but we have to at least work within the parameters of what we know. So just another visual representation, like I mentioned already, the additional targeted support and improvement schools that do not exit after 3 years will automatically become CSI schools. Those CSI schools that do not exit after 3 years will engage in a more vigorous intervention. What that means is that they'll have an option to create a new plan, they'll have an option to revise their plan, or they'll have an option to engage in an alternative administrative structure. If you hear that, that sounds very much in alignment with our priority school process. What we want to do is make sure that we're creating some synergy related to all of our types of supports, but you'll also have an opportunity to think through if that is the best course of more rigorous intervention in a near future conversation.
Great, and so the timeline here about this addendum, it includes these adjustments to our indicators and to the timelines that Shirley noted with the designations. You'll see we began this process even before what is on here, but meeting with the U.S. Department of Education, drafting the addendum based on our Assessment and Accountability Advisory Committee, and then speaking to multiple different groups over the last several weeks, including gubernatorial consultation. So sharing this information with the governor's office and having a nice dialogue with them. It is posted online and we've received feedback, and in the next couple of days we'll be revising that based on that feedback and then ultimately submitting to the U.S. Department of Education. We anticipate there will be some back and forth with them and to get a finalized addendum there. And in the meantime, developing our business rules, sharing that with stakeholders to get feedback, modeling out some of the anticipated outcomes, sharing that with stakeholders, and then communication. So you'll see us, I'm sure, multiple more times between now and the fall. And then as we just sort of project forward, right? So we're at this addendum. This is where we are right now. It's the most immediate need for our conversation and consultation. But we also want to be thinking longer term. So this ESSA plan is important for us to keep in mind and know that we are about to get started on this process. And in many ways, the process has already begun with some work from the Center for Assessment. You all approved the consultation with the Center for Assessment to help us think through sort of that broader term, that theory of action that we want for our accountability section of the ESSA plan. As we think about the ESSA plan, there's a lot of reasons for change, right? The pandemic being probably one of the most significant. It's impacted the way we think about education, how we set goals about education in our state, and where we really want to be. Also changes to our NSCAS, and with the full implementation of NSCAS growth this next year, we're excited to see those results and then have to reflect that in our accountability system. And so this is one section. What we've been speaking about is one, I won't say small part, but it is a part of the broader conversation around federal policy implementation in our state. So we wanted to just share that with you. And then as I noted on these last few slides, just kind of share that the Center for Assessment has been engaging with a small group. And I want to make sure that I note that Lisa has been taking part in that group and meeting with us as part of the state board representation there. And I would love for her to be able to, at some point, share some of those results. As we think about this big picture and where we have been and where we're going, we are almost to wrap up our time with the Center for Assessment and thinking about this long-term implementation and plan for our ESSA plan. So just wanted to share all of that with you. It's sort of a quick where we've been, where we are now, and where we are going.
Yeah, so quick next steps related to the ESSA plan amendment. So as I mentioned, right, the addendum gives us that bridge to this upcoming school year, but we have to continue to pave the way for the accountability system we want to see in our state. So Lena's been doing a great job around maintaining communication with stakeholder groups and understanding what that communication process will look like, and start thinking about what that will mean and how to ensure that we include you all state board members a part of that process as well. So I will turn it back over to Chair Goebbels. Take it from there. So thank you all.
Thank you both very much. I will say this was a very abbreviated presentation. The Planning and Evaluation Committee had a special committee meeting. I am referring to it as AQuest Accountability 101. I think it was about 3 hours, but it provided us as committee members with a much deeper better understanding of all of the different elements related to AQuest. Some of the information shared with you, but wonderful, thank you. I don't know if anyone has any quick questions they would like to ask.
Mine's not a question, but I will. Just in the national context of this particular work as well, so every state is going through an addendum process right now because they all have the same challenge we do. We lack the data to be able to continue based on the approved plans that we have. And I think the other part of this is not only do we want to go through that process, ensure that we're able to reset a process for the future, and we'll be watching that carefully and engaging with you in that conversation going forward. So thanks, both Dr. Vargas and Lane Carr.
If I could, just one question. I noticed from stakeholder feedback you're getting rid of the non-proficiency. Could you just tell me the rationale from stakeholders for that?
You bet. So in our current system, we have 3 measures of student progress. We have growth, which is student to student, year over year growth in that progress, as the name implies. We have improvement, which is looking at a cohort over the last 3 years and their improvement over time. And then we have non-proficiency, which is about reduction in non-proficiency. As the name implies, we want to see that line go down. We want to see fewer non-proficient students. We were originally proposing and recommending that we eliminate the improvement and non-proficiency indicators because they're highly correlated to one another. And our stakeholders said, actually, let's keep one of those in addition to growth. And the one we really want to see, the way we really want to provide that, that positive emphasis to our schools is on the reduction of non-proficiency. So we'll look at last year's assessment and the number of students that were non-proficient, and this year's scores and the number of students that are non-proficient, and basically draw a line and look at that slope. So,
thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much. Patty, is there a motion on item 6.3A?
Want this before the end of the committee report?
Oh, are you not finished?
Oh,
Okay.
no,
Oh,
I'm not
no,
finished.
you have more?
I'm sorry. We had lots of things to dialogue about. So 2.3 was committee updates, and the first committee update, one of the recommendations of the ad hoc committee on standards development process was for the planning and evaluation committee to take on the responsibility for guiding the development, monitoring the progress, and affirming the revisions of the NDE staff-managed content area standards development process. The Planning and Evaluation Committee, according to B2, board committees, is responsible for advising and making recommendations to the board for possible actions on the development of content area standards. Therefore, it makes sense that this is the committee that would take on guiding the standards development revision process. So we accept that responsibility, and actually with additional dialogue started moving forward with how to proceed. The ad hoc committee recommendation 5 called for the commissioner to enlist the services of a consultant to guide the standards development process revision. The consultant would act much like an external evaluation team to help the department identify strengths that exist in the current process and also give recommendations for improvement. The committee had a dialogue about the most appropriate time to enlist the use of the consultant. We also talked about interrelationships between the development of content standards related policies with the revision of the standards development process. Corey Epler reviewed the typical timeline for standards development from the time the staff starts thinking about and developing and identifying resources through standards writing, all the way to review of, to the recommendation for the board approval. I did note that some changes have been made to the elements and processes of standards review, and requested that as a committee we have an update from Corey Epler and any of the staff that he deems appropriate at either our committee's June or August meeting. Just so we have that really as a starting point for, gosh, these are things that have already changed from when we had ad hoc committee reviewing standards development process. The department will soon need to establish a new timeline for content standards development, as the work on the current timeline will be concluding before too many more years go by. So the committee engaged in a dialogue about if, when, and how health education standards might be placed on a development timeline. And it was noted that the health education standards development can only resume with a majority vote of the State Board of Education. Kirk Penner, committee member, requested that he be on record as bringing forth a motion to the board recently to permanently stop the development of health ed standards, which did not pass. Another update item, discussion of the Nebraska's college and career ready standards for mathematics. Corey Epler reported that draft 1 of the math standards, yay, will be emailed to committee members on Monday, April 11th. Within a day or two following that, other board members will have access to the draft. I will let you as board members know when that draft is available on Spark. And then as board members, we will have until April 22nd to review the draft. If there are any concerns from you as board members about the draft moving forward, please contact me by April 22nd, and then I will communicate with Corey. An embargoed copy of the draft will be released to school leaders on April 25th, and then the planned public release of draft number 1 is planned for May 9th, and that will be after our next board meeting. The committee also had a conversation with Jeremy Henninger, with him providing information really about when assessment items are written, how they're developed, how items are aligned with standards, and how standards revision influences the need to develop new assessment items. And that conversation came about because there's certainly the recognition that standards development and approval is a starting point. And then with that, you have high quality instructional materials that are developed and schools are encouraged to use, but a big piece of that is then the assessment, assessing to the standards. So we had a good conversation about assessment development. The next update is standard setting, or in other words, cut scores, plan for NSCAS General Science and NSCAS Alternate Science. Jeremy Henninger presented an overview standard setting of assessments, which included definitions of summative assessment achievement levels, the summer schedule for standard setting for NSCAS General Science grades 5 through 8, and the alternate NSCAS General Science assessment for 5 through 8 and high school. And he also talked about the process that's used for setting cut scores. The Planning and Evaluation Committee meeting adjourned at 2:43 p.m. This concludes the Planning and Evaluation Committee report.
Thank you, Patty. Now, is there a motion on item 6.3A?
Yes, I move to approve the non-public schools appearing on the accompanying list to operate for the 2022-2023 school year under Rule 14 and 92 NAC regulations and procedures for the legal operation of approved non-public schools.
Is there a second to that motion? Thank you.
I
Maureen.
second.
Motion was made by Deborah Neary and seconded by Maureen Nichols.
Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Andrea, please call the roll.
Morrison, Fricky, Nichols,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
6 yes, 2 absent.
The motion passed. Agenda, agenda item 6.3. What?
Yeah, you can skip that. We did
We did it? Okay, all right. And 6.4? Jacqueline, skip.
Is there a report on?
Oh, you're gonna do that for her? Oh, okay. All right. Maureen? Will you,
I received no report from Deborah. We held a meeting, but I received no report. Thank you. The committee met yesterday afternoon, which composed of Jacqueline by Zoom, our chair, with Lisa Fricky was absent, but Patsy Kojons and myself were available. On April 7th, the Rules Committee met. Jacqueline, Patsy, and Maureen were present. There were no action items in the committee. The committee had several discussion items. One item was the timing of the revision of the rules and when they are revised. Currently, they are reviewed on a 5-year basis. There was a question of whether the timetable could be changed to have revisions on a 4-year basis to allow the opportunity for each board member to review each rule within their term. The committee also discussed the potential update of bylaw B13. Ryan will start drafting language for the update of this policy. However, the executive committee will have to approve the rules committee updating this policy. Brad Dirksen also reported on Rule 10 and Rule 21. Because of statute changes that occurred last year, we might have to move forward with technical changes so that we are compliant with the law. We currently have 2 rule changes pending with the governor that have yet to be signed. The committee also discussed whether the committee should review and oversee the appointment process to the board's advisory committee. This concludes the report.
thank you, Maureen. Any questions or comments?
I'd just like to share. I found it very interesting in our committee yesterday, the conversation around the 5-year review versus the 4-year review, because my thinking was enlightened. And I liked the idea of the opportunity to move from 5 years down to 4 so that every board member had the opportunity to go through the cycle. I had never thought about that term before or that thinking before, so having those ideas exchanged gave me some new thinking, so I appreciated the dialogue that the committee had. I look forward to further work on it.
Thank you, Maureen. Agenda item 7, additional business. There are no items under additional business today. So at this point, the board will take a break for lunch, and I think 45 minutes was the agreed time, correct? Okay. Or do you want, yeah, okay. All right, for 45 minutes. So, good work this morning, and thanks for sticking with it all this time. We'll be back for public comment in 45 minutes. We will now move to our public comment period and take up the remainder of our agenda after public comment. Agenda item 8.1, this period may be available to any person who wishes to address the State Board on any subject within its authority, including items appearing on the agenda, except for contested cases. Up to 2 hours will be allowed for public comment period. A majority of members present and voting may take action to extend the total amount of time allowed for public comment for the public comment period. A majority of members present and voting may also take action to allow or terminate public comment at any time during a meeting. Please note that public comment should be on topics related to the State Board's constitutional and statutory authority. Those wishing to speak must be signed in at the table outside of the meeting room. Persons speaking to the board during public comment should state their name at the beginning of their allotted time. Anyone refusing to be identified will be prohibited from speaking. Each person may address the board for up to 5 minutes. A majority of members present and voting may take action to reduce or extend the amount of individual time allotted to all speakers. If at any time persons appearing before the board exceed the time limitations set forth in this policy or on the agenda, or become abusive or threatening in language or behavior, it shall be the responsibility of the president to declare that person out of order and to refuse permission to continue to address the board. We have, how many? 14, I think. 14. We have 14 people signed up for public comment. Is there a motion on? No, you don't need that. We don't need to do that, okay. We'll announce the names of the first 14 speakers who will please sit in the designated chairs at the front of the room.
Thank you, Madam President. If I mispronounce your name, there's no disrespect intended. Garen Hochstetler, Amy Hochstetler, Teresa Roloffs, Katie McClemens, Nicholas R. Norton, Cheryl Perkins, Liz Davids, Amanda Ripley, Julie Sheldon, Kelly Brady, Brenda McGill, Amber Parker, Jean Grisham, and Lee Todd. Garen Hochstetler.
Good day. My name is Garen Hostetler, and I'm from Lincoln. I'm here again as a private individual. I'm here to speak in support of protecting and educating kids, even if that means upsetting some adults who lack the discernment to figure out whether something is true or QAnon conspiracy theory hogwash. There's a film being shown in Nebraska and a few other states the last couple of months that claims public schools are set up on purpose to keep test scores low and are set up on purpose to groom children for pedophiles to rape. This is not only false, it's reckless. The film urges men to do something about public educators harming children and plays videos of men with guns. It's not hard to figure out what's being suggested there. It's easy to find some mind-polluting video that says your prejudices are correct, especially if you're willing to believe that all of modern science itself is a big conspiracy, and if you're willing to believe that all of the medical professionals in organizations like the American Academy of Pediatrics and the American Psychological Society, who devoted their careers to helping kids, are really just out to harm kids. Our responsibility as adults is to do what's best for children. There are times when figuring out what's best for them is genuinely an open question, but there are other times when the evidence is clear. We know comprehensive health education protects children. That's why it's worth pursuing, even if some adults have negative feelings about it. We know that respecting and supporting the expressed gender identity of kids is far safer for them than trying to force any kid into another gender identity, even if some adults think it's for their own good. We know the same is true about sexual orientation. I don't envy the task of this board when it comes to doing the right thing for kids in the face of opposition from people who feel they're also doing the right thing for kids. But truth matters. And I don't just mean having an emotional sense of being right, because every careless person has that, but taking into account the careful gathering of evidence by thousands of professionals over the course of decades, instead of scare tactics that anyone can film and send out over the internet these days. One source of information that's both reliable and accessible is healthychildren.org from the American Academy of Pediatrics. You can dig into the underlying research from there. I ask this board to continue to fight for the health and education of all Nebraska kids, even when hate groups and their reckless propaganda films call for policies and use language that harms LGBTQ+ children, teens, their families, and their teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Garen. Amy Hostetler.
Hello, my name is Amy Hostetler. I'm speaking to you on my own time and as a private citizen. I was born in Gage County and grew up on a Platte County farm. My K-8 grade school has long since closed because there weren't enough kids. My high school was called Cal Pi High. Needless to say, I've had a rural Nebraska education. I've also known since the 6th grade that I'm bisexual. I'm not the only LGBT person or kid to come from rural Nebraska. By conservative estimate, there are approximately 30,000 LGBT youth in Nebraska, and they aren't all in Omaha, and they aren't all in Lincoln. I would like to point out 2 things. Nebraska kids deserve the best education we can give them, and that includes comprehensive health education, physical health, mental health, nutrition, substance abuse awareness, and yes, sex education. There are always going to be people that like to complain about change. There are always going to be teachers that skip or misrepresent sections of the curriculum. I know, I sat through those classes. I listened to parents complain about kids getting deodorant. Having a fact-based, peer-reviewed, scientifically proven curriculum gives our kids a complete education. I'm not talking about Google University here. I'm not talking about Facebook College. We shouldn't implement this in half measures or compromises. It's either right or it's wrong. There is scientific evidence that comprehensive health education helps children grow up to be well-adjusted adults. And I know the idea of returning to the 1910s or the 1950s or making us greater again is more popular in rural Nebraska. But we are in 2022. We are not in 1922. It's time to bring Nebraska into the 2020s and prepare all of our students for the future. Our state tourism slogan is Nebraska. Honestly, it's not for everyone. And I challenge you to help make Nebraska for everyone. To all of you against comprehensive health education, I want you to take a good, long, hard look at yourself in the mirror. You are willing to hurt all Nebraska kids because they might be exposed to something you are unfamiliar or uncomfortable with. I'm a horrible artist. Couldn't draw a cat to save my life. You asked me to, I'd be pretty uncomfortable with that. But I'm not up here talking about, let's get rid of all the art classes because it makes me uncomfortable. Don't you want something better for your kids than what you had? You need to get off Facebook. You are not protecting Nebraska's children, and you need to turn off Fox News. You are wrong and you are bigoted. You're probably thinking, how dare she say that about me? I'm not a bad person. You may be thinking, I'm just being persecuted for my sincerely held religious beliefs. Guess what? You are acting hateful, you are acting hurtful, and you are not acting Christ-like. It's about time someone told you that. I'm not the only one to see what you're doing either. Your kids see your actions and they hear your words, and they will remember the same way I remember. And there's a reason why young people are leaving in droves from rural Nebraska. And apparently, this still needs to be said. We're here, we're queer, get used to it.
Thank you, Amy.
Teresa Roloffs.
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Roloffs, and I'm a Lincoln resident. I want to express and impress upon your hearts this afternoon to dig deep and to truly ponder your calling as a board. I urge you to take the heart of responsibility that you have as a board to please protect our Nebraska children. I encourage you today to preserve our children's innocence by focusing upon allowing kids to be kids and not polluting their young hearts and their young minds with inappropriate topics of teaching. I challenge you to rise above any propaganda pushing and truly put our Nebraska children's education first. I encourage you to get back to the basics and to make our Nebraska children's lives as blessed and carefree, pure, innocent, and childlike as can be. I'm so thankful for my small town public school education where I was taught well by my teachers who cared and where my childhood was protected, my heart and my mind were preserved. And I want our Nebraska children to experience the same type of childhood that I had. I implore you to please focus on the important necessities of education and to permanently scrap the health standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Katie McClemens.
Good morning, Board. Katie McClemens. Today I want to start off with just reading some statements that have a lot of value. Families must share in the responsibility of helping their students in accomplishing health literacy. Families need to be actively involved in the education of their children. Families need to maintain the role of primary educator. Now you may be wondering, where are these statements from? They're from your own documents. You see, Nebraska has health frameworks. Has a health framework. And it was shocking to me in February when we had some discussion about the need for guiding documents. Patty, I think you said we needed guiding documents in health education, but Nebraska has those guiding documents. And it's been interesting that those have been ignored over the past year because there's a lot of good in them. But they're slightly buried as well on the website. So I just think it's very important to recognize those guiding documents. But again, my name is Katie McClemens. I represent Protect Nebraska Children. As our nation, culture, and education system unravel at a harrowing pace, we come before you again to advocate for those whose voices cannot be heard. We are here to stand in the gap for students, parents, grandparents across the state who want this board and the NDE to stop their efforts to socially engineer our children into one specific ideology. We are here for Nebraska's teachers who want to teach children, but who cannot, in good conscience, participate in pedagogy that manipulates children's minds and hearts. 8 months ago, this board indefinitely postponed the unnecessary and ethically abhorrent health standards it would have passed had the people not stopped it. The narrative became COVID. The timing was bad. The process didn't work. Robin, postponement is not rejection. And clearly the path is being laid with this ad hoc committee and its recommendations for those health standards to be retabled. We watchful citizens are left to surmise that when timing and circumstances allow, the Trojan horse that is these health standards will once again be brought to the table. A crisis of confidence in this board remains. It is rooted in this board's rejection of truth. Truth is the missing component in our culture. Absolute truth exists, and apart from it, chaos and confusion reign. When left to the guidance of an individual's subjective truths and experiences, we spiral into the same moral murkiness that destroys women's sports and leaves public restrooms unsafe for our children. We somehow arrive at a place where even the most highly educated among us lack the discernment to be able to define the term woman. Truth matters, and this board is lacking in truth and transparency. 7 of you champion local control with your rhetoric, but your actions reveal that's a lie. Robin, a year ago, you called the stakeholders' legitimate concerns a false narrative. You said we needed to stop. More recently, you've claimed that you led the way in tabling the health standards, but that's a lie. In August, you said you were more committed than ever to the development of these standards, and in February, you voted down Board Member Penner's motion to permanently reject the development of these standards. In fact, Patty, Patsy, Deb, Jacqueline, Lisa, Maureen, you all voted that motion down. Granted, each of you were elected before parents were paying attention. The parents and grandparents of this great state want their students proficient in the basics of education. Our students are capable, and the good teachers of our state are working hard to bring students to proficiency, and I was so glad to hear that that's no longer going to be left out of accountability. That's a great thing. We've heard from districts across the state who are concerned about that, so I'm glad to hear that that is going to be re-implemented as a standard. Let's focus on some truths. All students deserve a quality education. All students deserve respect and dignity within our schools. All parents deserve a seat at the table concerning their children's education. Training in the area of social worldviews and political ideologies is the right of the state's parents, not our government-subsidized schools. With the right focus and leadership, our state's students, parents, and teachers can return to working partnerships that achieve better community and true academic excellence. This is an election year. If stakeholders watching would like these truths to be priorities at the state and local levels, please check the Protect Nebraska Children PAC site for a list of endorsed candidates across our state and make plans to vote May 10th. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Nicholas R. Norton.
Esteemed board members, I'm glad to have the opportunity to stand in front of you today. My name is Nick Norton. I'm an attorney in Kearney, Nebraska. First of all, earlier, Patty, when you were updating on procedures and bylaws, that was kind of my language, so I appreciated all of that. But so no one's eyes glaze over while I'm standing here, let's talk about your emails again. And I'm not actually here to read your emails. What I do want to talk about is transparency, and it's something that Ms. McClemmons mentioned just now. You know, last year, you guys had your emails paraded around social media. You had them read back to you at these meetings. I can't imagine that that was fun. I think if I were on your side of the table, I wouldn't want to go through it again. But I have a client who recently submitted a public record request for 4 search terms contained within your emails, actually all documents. The quote came back at almost $10,000 for that public record request to be fulfilled. And so she didn't give up. She decided to keep fighting against that to try to get more information. And the response when that request was narrowed to only include emails as opposed to all documents that the department had was that the price tag went from just under $10,000 to just over $28,000 as an estimate. Now that was concerning. That's the point where I got involved. There was very little information provided as to why the number was what it was. It was strictly, yep, this is what it is. What do you want to do with it? Now, under the public records statutes, they contemplate that some requests are going to take a little more time, and that's why agencies are allowed to charge if it's going to be more than 4 hours. They also contemplate a process through which the parties can engage in a dialogue about what that cost is, how it might be reduced, how to narrow a request. It wasn't going very well, and so legal counsel got involved here. The upside of that is my client was able to get a much more detailed response as to why the number was what it was. The downside is they added another $18,000 to the expected cost of that request. So if you're following along, it went from just under $10,000 to $46,000 and change for this record request to be fulfilled for electronic records, not printing, just putting it on a drive. I think this is illustrative of what so many have complained to this board about over the last year on the lack of transparency. I don't know what all went into that. I don't know why that number is as high as it is. I certainly don't know why it went up by 500% simply because someone pushed back and wanted more information. I know that it doesn't look good. Another thing that I don't know, and there's a long list of things I don't know, I'm the first one to admit that, I don't know how much this board is aware of public record requests when they come in. I don't know if this board provides direction as to how public record requests should be handled. I don't know if that comes through you, Commissioner Blomstead, or if it's all handled by department staff. But I do know it's hard to understand how a single request goes up 500%. And when we talk about transparency and we talk about involvement in government, this is a citizen that is trying to get information about what's going on here. And the response is $46,000, more than the average person in Nebraska makes in a year, just for some document production. The kicker was that request was projected to be ready by January of 2023. January of 2023 with more than a year's salary. I understand that when people stand before you, this isn't much of a two-way street. It's more of a monologue instead of dialoguing. But I really want some answers, and I don't expect you to necessarily give them to me right now. I hope someone will give them to my client on what is the process by which public record requests are reviewed. Does this board have involvement with that? Has something changed in the last year? Because I happen to know that those emails that were so inflammatory last year were the result of a public record request that cost a mere $1,300. That was before. Is this after? Or is this request different somehow? Those are questions that I think a lot of people would like answers to. And if you think that transparency in government is at all important, which I know several of you have expressed that it is, what can you do about this? What are you doing? Does this board play a part in any of the decision making with regard to the process of reviewing record requests? And if so, I would ask you to look into this.
Thank you, Nicholas. Cheryl Perkins.
Hello, I'm Cheryl, and I have attended these meetings or listened online for over a year now, and I would like to thank you for the Military Child Day. I am a former military wife of 26 years. I have military children and brothers, and the military, so that was really good to hear. My oldest son went to 7 different schools, so I understand that totally. But for today, though, I want to talk a little bit about last month. I heard one of the ladies up here talk about she had students that texted her and emailed her, and I was really amazed that high school students and school students in elementary, if they're in elementary, actually knew there was a state school board. I did. I was amazed at that, and that they actually knew how to reach their representative, because at one time I didn't. And I spent 20-some years in the school. I'm a former speech pathologist in the school system, and I wasn't sure how to reach that representative and who it was until I looked online. I didn't know. But I also, I had to change my speech for a little bit, because this morning when you had your cadre, I thought that was a really good example of critical race theory indoctrination. When 3 students, 8th grade and seniors, told a room full of adults what they should be doing. And so that kind of, I just thought that was just interesting. But I think we need to remember that this is an election year. You are not voted, students don't vote. Most of them aren't old enough. So the people that elect you to your position on the state school board are people like me, and people in this room and all across Nebraska who are fighting for their children and their grandchildren at this time. And they do not want critical race theory and comprehensive sexual education in their schools. There was a survey this last year, and in that survey, 90% of people in Nebraska wanted it trashed. They wanted it trashed. They don't want it. My question is, we fought for this for over a year. You've heard a lot of people talk on this podium. I know it gets boring here listening to everybody and listening to everybody complain about it. I know that. But why aren't we putting it in the trash? What is so important that we have CRT and CSE in our classrooms? It is filthy child abuse. It's child abuse. Why do you want to abuse Nebraska children? Why? Why do you want to groom Nebraska children for pedophilia and sex trafficking? Why? Who wants you to do this? We don't. We don't. So why is it still happening? And who do we need to talk to stop it? Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Liz Davids.
Liz Davids from Lincoln. Once again, Ms. Kojans, Mr. Stevens, Mr. Blomstead, you are showing your patriarchal, elitist character by placing public comment at the end of the meeting instead of at the beginning, as it had been until just last month. Hoping that at least some of the many behind me would have to go back to work or relieve their babysitters before they had a chance to communicate with you. It's shameful. It's completely hypocritical. So every time you all tell the newspapers you want to hear from the public, I hope your consciences are pricked and you develop the courage to prioritize actually hearing from the public. So let's talk about the public. They have, and they continue to send you a loud and clear message. Cut out the sexual indoctrination section from the proposed health standards. It's a clear and easy decision. Compromise, right, Mr. Stevens? Fine-tuning the machine, right, Ms. Goebbels? And we have sent you thousands of electronic and written public comments at this point, spent tens of hours driving across this state and sitting through these meetings, spent time individually emailing you, and still you are holding on to your treasured idol of these predatory sexual indoctrination tactics. I might wonder why. Deb Neary says that these standards are necessary because of the high STD and pregnancy rates in her area and that students need knowledge to make better choices, except she doesn't tell you that her area already has so-called comprehensive sex education with its SICUS-inspired curriculum. Side note, did you know that SICUS sells sex toys on their website? That's probably just a complete coincidence. And there's no conflict of interest there, huh? So Omaha schools have been teaching this for 6 years, and the STD rate and pregnancy rates just keep going up. I know because I actually called the Douglas County Health Department to verify what the charts online showed, and the woman on the phone laughed at me when I asked if the rates were staying steady or going down. The rates continue to climb year after year for gonorrhea, chlamydia, and syphilis, with 15 to 19-year-olds making up the second highest age group of those with chlamydia. Is that what Deb Neary wants for the rest of our state? It certainly is what her friends at Planned Parenthood want, because Planned Parenthood makes big money off of teens who find themselves in tough situations, and even more money off of teens who find themselves confused about their identity and think they want to try out some puberty blockers and cross-sex hormone treatments. What teens aren't told is that those hormones will only exacerbate their mental health distress and can cause lifelong sterility, permanent changes to their vocal cords, etc., if they're taken for long periods of time. They're not told important information like this in the SICUS and Playboy-inspired curricula because it doesn't meet their goal. Using resources like amaze.org, which I encourage every parent to look up on YouTube, definitely helps out Planned Parenthood's financial goals. Amaze.org has hundreds of cartoon videos specifically designed to desensitize children to sexual topics. Some of the highlights entitled, "How many times can a person masturbate in one day? Can you break a boner? Can anyone get an erection? Am I ready to have sex?" And that thumbnail graphic has 2 unicorns mating, which seems like a very unbiased side to take, right? Resources like that teach high school students that they can use vegetables if they can't afford sex toys. These are all unnecessary and damaging ideas that comprehensive sex ed would force onto our children. Heather Corinna's book in the curricula has a how-to section on sadomasochism, bondage, blood play, anal sex, and sexting. So, I have over 700 more written comments for you. That's over 85 written comments per person if you take the time to actually read them from your constituents, written on our time. Our students deserve better than being the prey of big business seeking to make money off of them. They deserve to be safe in their schools, to be taught that their life is made up of their choices and that sexual experiences are best for later in life because they are too young to fully realize the lifelong implications of those actions. This requires no further thought, no further research, no further time. Simply cut out the small section of the proposed health standards that refer to sexual orientation and gender identity, which are not scientific, they're not academic, they're controversial political ideologies. That's not healthy for teachers to teach or students to learn in any way. That's it. That's all we want. Put aside your hard-heartedness and pride and do the right thing for our kids. Half of you are up for re-election this year, and yet you dig in your heels to defend the one thing that has thousands of your constituents up in arms. Why? Why would you do this? Why would you jeopardize the hearts and minds of our kids? What personal gain must you be receiving in order to be continuing on this path? Our schools deserve Kirk Penner, Elizabeth Techmeyer, Marnie Hodgen, and Sherry Jones, and you incumbents can see yourself right out the door.
Thank you, Liz. Amanda Ripley.
Hello, I'm Amanda Ripley from Lincoln, Nebraska. I continue to ask you to permanently get rid of the controversial parts of the health standards. But you all know that a majority of Nebraska opposes these, and still you continue to refuse to listen. I would like to speak in regards to the equity cadre. I applaud the students' zeal and enthusiasm for life. I believe their views have been misguided, but I can still appreciate how well-spoken they are in their presentations. This is the second time I've been able to hear about the cadre. My first time was last fall. Pius High School has a theme for every football game. The night Lincoln High played Pius, the theme was America Night. Lincoln High attendees were offended by Pius students holding a Trump flag. Kathy Danick of the LPS board called the people holding Trump flags bad actors and applauded the cadre because they will be acting against the bad actors. One of the recommendations from the cadre was that representatives from each school would meet before games to establish ground rules for acceptable behavior. I am going to guess that it would never be on anyone's radar to say, oh, but don't bring a Trump flag to any of the games. That's not approved. How many issues can be dreamt up that might be considered offensive? Where will the line be drawn? How about kids learn to look the other way? How about we teach them coping skills in school and move on like you have to do in real life? I'm speaking of LPS, but I feel that this can extend to other schools across the state. LPS has not allowed staff to proudly live out their personal belief systems through actions and words across the board. Staff members with different belief systems, moderates, conservatives, religious belief systems, know very well that their deeply held personal beliefs that have helped them figure out aspects of their identities must be kept silent on school grounds. Otherwise, they will be penalized and even terminated. Staff members with moderate, conservative, and religious belief systems are discriminated against. It's as simple as that. LPS is not inclusive and welcoming of all sincere, legitimate belief systems. LPS is loud and proud about certain belief systems at the expense of others. Avowed Marxist organization posters are welcome at schools for all ages for years on end, but a single flag with the name of our country's president on it at a single football game is enough to warrant name-calling from an LPS board member and the creation of an entirely new group under the name of cadre, which means a tightly knit group of zealots who are active in advancing the interest of a revolutionary party. I'm guessing they looked up the definition of cadre before they chose that word because it seems to fit the mindset perfectly. We are all here for children receiving an education that gives them a great start to a wonderful life. An education that is academic and healthy and free from political indoctrination. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Julie Sheldon.
As you all know, my name is Julie Sheldon. I'm from here in Lincoln. I brought today with me a letter to the editor that was written by Mr. Stevens over there. And it says, recently the Nebraska State Board of Education met at the Kearney, Eunice Conference Center for its monthly business meeting. The early part of the meeting was highlighted by testimony from approximately 67 people who presented on the Nebraska health education standards. While pleased with the turnout and much of the information brought forth by passionate individuals, I was also discouraged by those who believe falsehoods about these standards. The standards were not highly influenced by political leftists, economic socialists, or political activists. The standards were not financed by Planned Parenthood, financed by Black Lives Matter, part of a worldwide plan to sexualize children. Developed by, Ideas of critical race theory are required by the federal government. The Nebraska Department of Education did not provide sexually explicit graphic materials, create an online survey to make it difficult for people to give negative feedback. I do not know where these thoughts are coming from, but whatever individual or organization is spreading these false narratives, they need to stop. It continues to cause division that is harmful to all of us. Moving forward, I do know the State Board of Education sent the first draft of the Nebraska Health Education Standards back for modifications and rewrites. I also know the following are truths related to the second draft, and more if necessary, of the standards. They will be designed to encourage parent, caregivers, family, and communities to seek positive relationships between students and trusted adults, promote dignity, respect, kindness, and compassion through equitable health education for all Nebraska students, maintain and improve student health, advocate for self and others, prevent diseases, avoid and reduce health-related risk behaviors, maintain and improve lifelong health, prevent sexual abuse, prevent dating violence. Special note, the survey seeking input on the first draft of the health education standards has been removed from the NDE website. Since the first draft is moot, the survey is no longer relevant. There is, however, an opportunity for general input via the email address that is found near the beginning of the NDE website. I look forward to the second draft of the Nebraska Health Education Standards. I also appreciate your continued interest and feedback in this very important area of education. Sincerely, Robin Stevens, District Number 7, Representative to the State Board of Education. I find this really interesting because after reading this and attending all these meetings, I have yet to see any leadership from you, Mr. Stevens, in regards to getting rid of the standards or even postponing them. You have obviously decided that for re-election, your stance on the health education standards needs to change and soften because you know that Nebraska parents don't want these standards. I have sat and listened to you guys talk about why we need these standards, and I know that at least one of you had mentioned that if they don't have these standards, kids will not be able to learn about what happens if they are to find themselves in a sexual abuse situation. And I want you to know that there is actually the state legislature actually passed a bill on that and requires that all schools teach these topics for elementary students. So elementary students in the state of Nebraska will be taught the correct words for their genitalia and how to deal with being abused. So that is moot. Also, you can't tell me that these schools don't already have sex education standards. And you can't tell me that these schools need your guidance on how to teach children how to eat healthy and all this other stuff. You've overstepped your bounds. The legislature did not authorize you guys to write these standards. And the amount of dishonesty is amazing, because you say here that these standards were not financed by Planned Parenthood. No, they weren't financed by them, but after Ms. Neary over here advocated and did everything she could behind the backs of everyone to get a person associated with one of these liberal groups to help write the standards, and we all know that that's not true. And as for you, Mr. Stevens, and you couldn't wait for the second draft, I haven't heard you say anything about the second draft as to getting rid of it. And you have no leadership on getting rid of those. Mr. Penner here proposed that you scrap the standards, and you actually said to him, "Are you just trying to get me on record?" Yeah, we were trying to get you on record because the voters need to know that you're part of the push for these standards and you are not in any way
Thank you,
against
Julie.
them.
Kelly Brady.
Hi, Kelly Brady from Bellevue. I would just like to say, parents are the ultimate decision makers in children's lives. Not schools, not boards, not teachers. Parents. Parents are the professional teachers in their children's lives. I would like to say I do respect the students that came up today and spoke using their voices for equality in education. I want to quote VP Harris on equity. Harris says that it's about giving people the resources and support they need so that everyone can be on equal footing and then compete on equal footing, which in and of itself is an admirable worldview, but not a realistic one. She then adds that equitable treatment means we all end up at the same place. Is this what we want for Nebraska, for our children? I say no. Mr. Commissioner, you stated in a letter that equity of outcome is so important. How about we start with you? How about leading by example? Definition of equity is inclusion lens. Your equity lens is like a pair of glasses. It helps you see things from a new perspective. It helps you be more effective in your everyday work by getting a clearer focus and more complete view with special emphasis on racial equity. I'd like to explain this to some people. The equity lens is flawed. Let's start with your paycheck. $277,390. Let's split that up amongst the board members and all the people here, because equity says we all have to have the same outcome. Are you willing to share your paycheck? Since so many here do not have what you have, you stated that everyone should have equity, right? I know that I didn't have the opportunities that you did. Help lift us up with your equity. Equity is not equality. It does not take into account how hard students work or practice their natural talent, ability, or even try when it's hard. All equity does is lift certain students at others' expense. It is also obtained by choosing students by race, gender, or economics. Equal opportunities for everyone. Equity will only damage and divide students. All children deserve a great education. All students deserve to be themselves, but not by being forced with extreme division agenda. Moral, social issues, and comprehensive sex education should not be taught in schools. Schools do not replace the parents. Parents are the professional educators in their children's lives. Sir, I will be gladly waiting for that paycheck after this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Brenda McGill.
Hello, my name is Brenda McGill from Lincoln. What is inclusive community in Gretna, Milford, and Bellevue? I'd like to speak of equality. You know, when I was in 8th grade, 13, like those young girls that were here, when I was young, I also wanted equality, wanted equity for all. It only seemed appropriate, but as a person matures and gains more perspective, you understand that, well, people can have a very skewed view of equality. See, my dad told me something that was very impactful in my life. He said, life isn't fair. And the sooner you understand that, the better off you'll be. At first, my first gut reaction was, oh, you're bitter. No, he was right. He was absolutely right. Life isn't fair, and the sooner you recognize that and understand that, the better off you'll be. This is what we need to teach our children. Equality. You say you want to stand for equality in our schools. Well, what you're practicing is not equality, it's inequality and discrimination. Let me explain. Teachers. There's no safe space for teachers. When you say equality, and the young people that were here and spoke earlier, they want to feel safe being who they feel they are. Well, we all want that, but we all can't have it, apparently. If you're a teacher in our schools and feeling comfortable teaching these comprehensive sex curriculums of the nature that you're pushing, and these teachers are uncomfortable, they can't speak up or they'll lose their job. There's no safe space for them, and I find that despicable. How about the victims of sexual abuse and trauma, these students being exposed to highly sexualized content in school This re-traumatizes them. This is not considering their needs. What about children who are special needs children? The autistic children particularly are very literal in this highly sexualized content being exposed to them and the children that they go to school along beside. This is not appropriate for their developing minds and further puts them in unsafe situations, as those children are particularly vulnerable. You espouse to religious equality, except when it comes to Christianity. Christians, they are not allowed to have their view. They are seen as simply offensive and pushed to the side rather than being recognized as any other group for having their differing view. You say you want to stand for equality. How about this? How about affirming fact-oriented people? Yes, I'll say that again. How about affirming fact-oriented people? How about creating safe space for people who care about parental rights, rather than calling them extremists and sicking the FBI on them? I'd like to speak of the children with special needs that are not usually recognized. Children have so many varying needs, so many. Some children need to be encouraged to be confident, and other children just are. Some children need to be encouraged to feel a sense of self-worth, and some children just have that innately. Well, some children need to be affirmed in their gender. This is not typically recognized, but I want to share with you the attack on speech, even in supporting and affirming gender to children. Simple comments like, "You're such a kind boy, you'll make a great leader," an example on the sports team in middle school. Or for a girl, "Your cheerful smile really brightens my day. This school could use more girls like you." These kind of supportive observations and comments. I've become aware that some children need to be affirmed in their gender, or they will grow up feeling like they don't fit their gender, leading to openness to confusion and likelihood to experiment sexually to discover who they are, making them prime targets for sexual predators and other sexually active youth. Remember what I spoke of last month of how children, minors, cannot consent. May I remind you?
Thank you, Brenda. Amber Parker.
I just want to wake up from this bad nightmare. Okay. Mr. Stevens, are you going to publicly apologize for lying to everybody in the state of Nebraska, not only including your constituents? State Board of Education members, are you going to hold Mr. Stevens accountable and ask and request of him to make an apology to Kirk Pinner, your fellow State Board of Education member, for stealing from him credit of his hard work in motion? The only voice on this board who stepped forward to indefinitely postpone health standards? Mr. Stevens, I read a post, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that post removed? You were taking credit, the words were used, human growth and development. I'm gonna give you some time to think about that. We got about 4 minutes. But I'm requesting that you would apologize to everybody in the state of Nebraska because you planned out and you purposefully misled people, because you know that seat that you sit in right now is up for election. I'm going to refer the rest of my time to an email. This is a State Board of Education member. I keep receiving the same email from a handful of constituents. This kind of stuff makes my head want to explode. These folks, not even sure they are constituents, want us to adapt the Texas template below. I'm going to go down. It says, I just thought you might be interested in the type of mail I'm receiving about sex ed standards. And we are not even in the news yet about Nebraska's health education standards. This is just a general type of mail, UGG. State Board of Education member, Deborah Neary. This is your email, and this is to Lisa Schultz from the Women's Fund of Omaha, a past educator of Planned Parenthood for 15 years. Ms. Neary, have you given people's personal contact information to Lisa Schultz, who was a past educator of Planned Parenthood for 15 years? I believe out of respect for every person that has trusted to send you an email under the impression it was for your eyes only or other State Board of Education members, an explanation should be given. We, the people of Nebraska, should know if you are sending personal contact information of your constituents to outside organizations. I would like to call the attorney forward and ask a question so we can walk out of here with an answer of clarity today on this matter. Is one present? Is the Nebraska Department of Education your legal counsel here today?
Ma'am, this is not a time for that, and you know
Is
it.
a State Board of Education member allowed to pass constituents' personal contact information without the permission of the person or the constituent out to outside organizations like Women's Fund of Omaha? These questions need to be asked. Who do I go to? Ryan Four, you said something about the Nebraska Attorney General, I believe, and legal counsel, but you did not give me a name of the current legal counsel at the Nebraska Department of Education. Something's going on here, and you want to charge thousands of dollars. Earlier, there was an attorney that came up here and addressed that. Why is it so hard for we, the people, to obtain records to know what's happening in the Nebraska Department of Education, the State Board of Education? This is not transparent. We know you guys haven't been transparent. And you've only created ad hoc committee meetings and other things. Why? To go deeper in agenda to push comprehensive sex education. Shame on you. We have kids struggling in reading, struggling in math, and you want to teach them how to have sex. This is why it's referred to in the United States of America, comprehensive sex education, by many parents as pedophile grooming. These aren't hyperbole words. This is serious. And Disney has shown that they can't be trusted. The people are going to stand up and protect the children. And we will hold you to the full extent of the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Amber. Jean Grisham. Jean.
Sorry, I couldn't hear over all the clapping. So I'm going to pivot off of what Amber just said, how ironic the timing and how I went into this space. I'm Jeannie Greisen from Lincoln, and what I'm going to talk about today is actually what is grooming. So that word has been floated around today. Obviously, it's a hot topic in the news, and what the psychological effects of grooming are. And I need to ask the question, are 7 members of the State Board of Education acting as perpetrators and abusers of our children? I'm going to share with you the 5 patterns of grooming and then talk about the psychological effects. So grooming, the warning signs of grooming, and these are the warning signs you should look at. And so I suggest you guys look at yourselves and then see if this pertains. So the first thing, grooming can come in different forms. The first one is victim selection. And part of that is the ease of access. So does the Department of Education have all the access to all of our kids? We know the answer. The next one is gaining access and isolating the victims. So over these last meetings, obviously now we're trying to get kids in preschool. We want to get the younger ones, and then we keep them in school, and then we have after-school programs, and the parents are to have no say and should not be involved. Interesting. Trust, the third one is trust development and keeping secrets. So how many parents and things have been out there that kids come home and their parents don't find out what's going on at school for months at a time. And then the kid comes home and says, you know, Mom, I think I want to be a boy. And I'm not making that up. I had a friend, her daughter came home and said that. The fourth one, desensitization to touch and discussion of sexual topics. Wow. Abusers may also show the victim pornography or discuss sexual topics to them to introduce the idea of sexual contact. Wow. Can I just say comprehensive sex education? The fifth one, attempt by the abuser to make their behavior seem natural, to avoid raising suspicions. Those are all 5. Wow. If that just isn't eye-opening. So the psychological effects of grooming. Predictive effects of grooming can include anxiety, depression, sexual abuse trauma, sleep problems, sex problems, and dissociation. I recall a discussion here about the increase in mental health in children and incorporating health clinics in our school. What a coincidence. It must just be a coincidence. So I asked the very obvious question, what parent would allow or consent to their child being groomed or abused? Miss Neary, you said you had parents in your district that want their kids to be abused? No parent wants their kids abused, ever, period. So what makes the Nebraska Department of Education any different than Disney, who happens to be in the news lately with all their grooming of children? Not much. As one Disney executive boasted about her, quote, not at all secret gay agenda and efforts at, quote, adding queerness to children's programming. So is this the type of agenda that you're promoting with your comprehensive sex education? Well, it must be a coincidence that what is happening here is the same thing that Disney is confessing to. What you are doing and your voting record for sexualizing our children is disgusting. It is very apparent. It's not even hidden anymore. All of the darkness is coming to light. You need to scrap it. I know you voted for it, but you need to have a change of heart because you are abusing our children with your comprehensive sex education. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie. Lee Todd. Lee Todd.
Thank you for the time today. My name is Lee Todd. I live in Lincoln, Nebraska. Grew up on a farm and ranch in northern Nebraska, where I was the best looking of 5 other siblings. I want to say today that I've got a lot on my hands to take care of. I'm a business person. I invest in real estate. My background in college was as a pre-med major. I triple majored in chemistry, biology, and mathematics. That was one of the hardest things I ever did. I prefer to stay at home with my wife. I prefer to keep my nose out of other people's business. But you reach a point in your life where, this is my second time here, I don't come to this board before. There are some things going on that I think are deeply troubling, and you should have a one-page handout. Did you get that? It's Journal Star. Did you get that report? Has that been sent out? Okay. So I'd like to send this out to you. I'm going to read what's going on, and my whole premise here is going to be scrap the standards and focus on what matters. Okay, so my little niche, if you will, or where we live right now, is I've got 2 young children, an 11-year-old and a 10-year-old in school in here in Lincoln. Graduation rate is 82%. This is the LPS article. Not bad, could be better. Reading proficiency. Anybody want to take a guess? Math proficiency at that graduation rate of 82%. Anybody want to take a guess what that is? It's sick. 56% in math proficiency, 56% in reading proficiency, and you jokers want to focus on what? What the heck is going on? The Titanic is sinking. It just hit the iceberg, and you're wondering what songs the band's going to play at the ballroom tonight. That's literally what is happening here. You have no business doing what you're doing. Every one of you, unless you can raise your hand right now and say you have a plan to fix this problem, a 56% proficiency in math and 56% proficiency in reading, every one of you, unless you have a plan, should be fired. You should be kicked out here on your you-know-whats. This is ridiculous, and you look at me like that. I don't think this problem bothers you. If it did, you would be doing something about it. You would be holding this up and saying, look, we need to do something about this right now. This is critical mass. We've gone below this is a disservice to our students. This is a disservice to our children. And yet, what are you pushing on us? Sex standards? How to have more of it? How to have better of it? And now you're treading on parental rights. This is the purview of me, my wife, what we do with our children. I don't care what all the LGBTQ and the regular people do in their bedrooms. I don't give a rip about it. It's none of my business. But it's none of your business to ram this stuff down me and upon my children and try to foist it upon us. It is ridiculous and it is sick. It is child abuse. There is Nebraska Supreme Court in Shelby versus School District Number 1 has recognized that the parent's right to remove children from classes for controversial topics, et cetera, and that the parents are the primary purview, legal, the ultimate purveyors of the education of their children. I know I didn't say that very well, but this is the stuff that needs to come down from the parents, and I predict there's going to be a massive pushback, and you deserve it. You deserve it, every single one of you who can't, if you can raise your hand and you've got a plan to fix the problem, great. And the problem is right here, it is plain as day. We're getting substandard educational performances from our children. And let's look at that for one last time. We pay approximately $13,000 per child, K through 12. 25 in a class, that works out to 250, 5 times 13 is 65. That works out to $315,000 when I walk into a classroom. Now, right here on this document, it says that the average pay is $55,000 for a teacher in that classroom. Where does the other $260,000 go? Where on God's green earth does it go? What are we, as payers for this education system, getting for it? You need to ask yourself some long, hard questions. And you need to get your mind in the game and fix the problem that sits right there in front of your nose. I'm ashamed of you, and you should be ashamed of yourselves too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Lee. Madam Chair, that ends our public participation.
Agenda item 9.1 through 9.3. The next items are for information only, written reports for the board and for our information only. This section of the agenda is intended for board members to offer informal observations of the work of the state board. Board members may make brief announcements about attendance at future events or for the purpose of informing other board members. No business or motions or suggested actions of the board may be offered at this point in the agenda, nor should board members engage in substantive discussion about other agenda items or introduce any new items. At this point, we were going to talk about those of you who attended NERCSA and those of you who went to DC, and to highlight briefly some of your experiences and what you learned. Okay. Shall we start with NERCSA? All right.
I'll go ahead and do my piece here.
Yes.
I just want to I just want to say I'm very pleased to have had the opportunity to attend our National Association of Boards, State Board of Education's legislative conference a week ago in Washington, D.C. Lisa Fricke also attended as a board member. Lane Carr from staff attended, and as did Ryan Four. At your seats, I placed earlier today 3 or 4 pages of notes. And I'm glad that that Lisa and I decided to do this on our travels back, to say that we wanted to put notes together so that each of you had a compilation of what we saw, some of the highlighted pieces of the sessions that we attended. And so you will find, Lisa pretty well did the sessions that we attended during the conference itself, and I highlighted the things that we talked with Senator Sass's office on the Hill with on Tuesday morning, with not only him, but his education aide, who is a long time, she's served quite a few years there, and I've seen her there before when I've attended this conference. But Lisa has highlighted in yellow the pieces that she thought were some of the key points that she wanted you to notice, so that we didn't have to read anything for you. You can read on your own. The blue highlights are the names of the sessions that we attended. And on the back page, I've listed, the back 2 pages, I've listed the session with our lobbyist, Reg Lichty, our government relations guy, who has such good information to share with us all the time about what's going on in the federal landscape. So there's that information. And then I've listed what our visit looked like with Senator Sass on the Hill. So if there's any questions that you have after you read this, please feel free to talk with Lisa or myself. Ryan and Lane were with us. It was, as always, getting up there on the Hill, an exciting time to be up there. Washington, D.C. looks much different today than it did the last time I was there for this conference. The streets are not real busy. You're not able to get inside the Capitol unless you are there to see someone and they come out to meet you and take you through. But Senator Sass was very welcoming to us, as he has always been, and a good listener. And the one word I will share with you that I appreciated hearing from him was the word flexibility. He's all about flexibility whenever we can work with it in any work that we do for education. And Lane brought it to my attention, I don't know if it was yesterday or today when we were talking. One of the things we talked to Senator Sass about was, come June of this year, the nutrition program that all students in Nebraska have been able to be a part of, to receive free lunch, free breakfast, weekend backpacks to take home. This is all ending from the federal government in June. And we talked to Senator Sass explicitly about working with Minority Leader McConnell in trying to get this extended, because we have no idea what school is going to look like come fall. We never know, month to month, week to week, day to day, what the pandemic can resurge. And he was very open to that, but yet the very next day, there was a bipartisan bill brought forth, I believe it was in the House of Representatives, to look at getting this extended. So we were right spot on with where we were in our conversation with him the day before. So if you have any questions on anything, please feel free to reach out to Lisa or myself as your board colleagues, or even to Lane and Ryan. It was, I always appreciate this conference, and I encourage any of you in the future to attend if you can. It's a great opportunity, especially to get up on the Hill to meet with our representatives when we can.
Thank you, Maureen, for reporting that back, and thank you for attending that.
And I appreciate Lisa making sure we got the notes all printed off. And
I will make sure that I tell her that we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, NERCSA.
Yeah, we had we were out in Kearney at the Eunice Center, and before I go into our presentation, or actually our listening session, I think it's very important that we thank NERCSA, in particular their leader Jack Moles, for allowing us to take part in that. We had a full house, and that's always exciting. And of course, sharing the listening session with Kirk and Patty and Maureen is always a fun time. And I have to give a little shout out to Ryan for doing such a good job in facilitating our listening session. And I think he even enjoyed it a little bit. There were two things that I want to first one I just want to touch on, and the other one I want to read an email that I received from a superintendent that represented kind of a feeling by superintendents in the room, at least, if not throughout all of NERCSA. And let us remember that NERCSA stands for Nebraska Rural Community Schools Association, and it is just what it says. It's smaller schools across the state, many of which are in my particular district, but really they're scattered throughout, and obviously that's why Kirk and Maureen and Patty were also brought into the discussion. The first one, and I'm not going to spend much time because maybe Patty or maybe Maureen want to touch on the mental health issue. I don't think there was hardly an exception in which people were asked to say, okay, what are the concerns that you have in your districts? And it was mental health. And again, I'll not spend any time on that. You guys might have some thoughts there. The two superintendents that I'm specifically talking about were Jim Whittefield from Minden and Dale Hafer from Ainsworth. And they brought up a topic that I think is very, very relevant to our schools, to our communities, and just all of that. And again, this comes from Dale Hafer, but I would say that I had some information from Jim as well, and it would basically be very similar in response. So please forgive me for reading this to you, but I think for me to try to paraphrase it would be inappropriate. I quote, "The last couple of school years have been tremendous challenge. Considering the ups and downs of managing school districts through the COVID pandemic, the main thing that has made the pandemic such a challenge, among other things, is the political polarization that seems to center around just about every issue, from COVID to standards to budget to district policy in general. We understand, and people are entitled to their political opinions, even if they are polarized. What does no one any bit of good is thinking a school can operate under a polarized view, either on the far right or far left of a political heated issue. School leaders and school boards must serve all kids, regardless of their beliefs and political affiliations. What local boards, state government, etc., who are in charge of education become divided politically, kids suffer. Our kids as school districts is to take care of all students and be respectful of all parents and all patrons. Getting political is nothing more than a failed proposition for a school and its school board. It is time to move forward from politically unnecessary diversions that would prevent local boards from serving their respective school districts. NDE and the state board have always been solid partners and models for local districts and their school boards to follow. Let's put the past year or two behind us and find common ground where local boards lead their districts with the state board and NDE as partners in the day-to-day education of all Nebraska students. Dale Hafer, Ainsworth, Superintendent of Schools. I just really thought that that was powerful, and I told Dale that I would be reading this if that was okay with him, and he had not a problem. So with that, that would end my report.
Thank you, Robin. Patty, did you want to say anything?
I don't have a great deal to add, but I will say that we heard from superintendents how much they appreciated the flexibility that was afforded them over the years of the pandemic, knowing that the flexibility provided really was what was best for kids. Flexibilities with scheduling in particular, instructional hours, giving teachers some time off because that, as we know, the pandemic was stressful not only for our students and families, but also for teachers and for school leaders. I think we also had some conversation related to, in times of crisis, we are forced to look at things differently, and that there are lessons to be learned from that, that although the pandemic has certainly been a crisis, that there are some things that may come out of that that help us make education even better than it is now.
Thank you, Patty. Deborah?
I wanted to go back to what Robin read. Is that okay?
Yes, as long as it has to do with that, that's fine.
I guess I just want to say or ask a question, but first paraphrase. I hope you're taking notes, Patty. I'm kidding. And one of the things that I've noticed is that what I heard from that letter is the implication that there is politics or politicization going on in these discussions. And I guess sometimes in the media, because someone believes in evidence or research or science or, it becomes this idea that that represents the left, the extreme left. And I guess I know, because I'm involved with discussions with my fellow board members all the time, that there are no politics that come forward in the work that we do. And that none of us are here because of any political beliefs. We're all here because because of what the knowledge that we have, that we want to be able to use our lens and our information to help make kids the most successful that they can be. And so I guess I just want to ask you, that letter, it obviously resonated with you. It's like, how do you think that politics is showing up in our work? I guess is the question that I kind of want to ask. And I know it's late in the afternoon, but I guess I just feel the need for clarity if I heard that wrong. Thank you.
Obviously, I can't, I hope that you're not asking me to speak for Dale. So because I would feel very uncomfortable in trying to now do some interpretation there. But the belief is, and again, I'm using my interpretation of this, that politics has entered into our discussions, and that, yes, and that has had an effect on local school districts, as we are a model. The state board is a model for the local school districts. Again, that would be my interpretation, and of what I hear Dale saying. So I don't know if that really answers your question, but I would just say that yes, there are times when politics has had an influence over our discussions.
I guess I'll just disagree, but thank you for sharing that.
Sure.
Okay, Maureen?
I was just going to quick add that, Robin, I would agree with your thoughts of where you came from. And I say that because in the room, when he finished, the room was full. It was basically wall-to-wall group in the room. And there were several who applauded because they were feeling the same feeling that was coming from him. So, and I felt that there was a piece of politics that intervened in some way at the local level. Does that mean it's at the state level? It was apparent to me at the local level.
I would just add, I don't want, for the good of the order, has a very specific that you're really not supposed to do discussion at this point in time.
Okay.
And it sounds like something you can discuss at another time, but that's just my recommendation.
Okay, I'm going to give you a reminder in your mailboxes. It's the appraisal process. Please look for it. If you cannot find it, then it is maybe in your trash, because remember that happened last year. So please check that. You have 2 weeks to complete that. And take your time and be thoughtful and keep working for the good, which I know each and every one of you is doing your best to do. Agenda item 11, thank you for those who attended in person and who tuned into the broadcast. The next meeting of the State Board of Education is scheduled for May 5th and 6th, 2022 in North Platte, Nebraska. The April 8th, 2022 State Board meeting is adjourned.